मी आहे.
हाँ ताई, ताई गुड मॉर्निंग.
गुड मॉर्निंग. हाऊ आर यू?
क्वाइट नाइस.
गुड.
तुमचा आवाज कटतोय. ताईंचा आवाज व्यवस्थित येत होता आता. काय कपिल, कल नाम चेंज करे थे ना हम लोगों ने.
हाँ किए थे ना.
हाँ, आज तो फिर वैसे ही आ गया नाम.
नहीं ना सर का. अच्छा हाँ, वी कैपिटल है, के छोटा हो गया.
हाँ, मेरा अपने नाम के सामने भी हम लोगों ने ऐड किया था, वो भी नहीं आया है. खैर रहने दो, छोड़ दो उसको. बोले सर का नाम ठीक कर लेते. हाँ अभी हो गया है.
मला पाठवून द्या. कपिल सिंघेल पाठवून द्या.
गुड मॉर्निंग डॉक्टर अजीत.
गुड मॉर्निंग डॉक्टर शिंदे. कपिल.
वाह.
हाँ,
हाँ
तुम्हारे पीछे का पर्दा बंद कर दो, लाइट बहुत ज्यादा ब्राइट हो रहा है. ड्रॉ द कर्टन प्लीज. डेविड मैम गुड मॉर्निंग.
Good morning, sir.
गुड मॉर्निंग.
Good morning. Looking nice.
थँक यू.
काय म्हणतो. हे म्हणतो आला नाही आता. बाहेर जाऊन बघ.
दिसतंय सर आपण व्हिडिओ चालू करू.
बोले सर नमस्कार. सर आज तुम्हाला माईक ऑन नाही केला तरी चालू शकतं, पण आता सध्या नमस्कारापुरता करून घ्या.
हो हो ठीक. आणि खरपूर सर आहे ना.
हो हो हो
सर नमस्कार.
नमस्कार नमस्कार नमस्कार.
नंतर आपल्याला जर बोलणार असलं तर हे चालू करा.
हाँ डेविड मैडम नमस्कार.
So shall we start?
Honorable Vice Chancellor is yet to
अच्छा
join.
Okay, okay.
At
There are
least
5 minutes more.
Yeah. We have 5 minutes.
Madam, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Kapil, he must be wishing you.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. Kabir madam, Pulle sir,
नमस्कार सर.
namaste sir. Shinde sir, Vijaykar ma'am.
प्रधान लिखता
Good morning, Kapil.
Good morning.
हाँ.
माइक चालू कनेक्ट करते हैं तुम्हाला वाटतं ते तसं चालू आहे.
Yeah, I think sir has joined.
कपिल,
हाँ
एक थोड़ा सा चेंज कर सकते क्या?
हाँ बोलना.
लगता है कि यहाँ कुछ तो भी दिक्कत हो रही है, तो धनंजय देवते बोल के नाम है,
हाँ है ना.
वहां से ताई ज्वाइन करेंगी, वहां पे एक का नाम कर देते क्या?
देवते सर को ज्वाइन करने बोलना.
देवते सर ने ज्वाइन किया हुआ है.
क्या हुआ है क्या? अच्छा. हाँ है ना. हाँ. आणि जाचक सरांना आणि या दोघांना को होस्ट करून देत कबीर
एंड
मॅडम.
मोर ओवर कपिल,
हाँ बोलना.
मोर ओवर वो देवते सर के जगह कुंदाताई का नाम करने के बाद ऑडियो और वीडियो तुम्हारे यहाँ से शुरू करना उनका.
हाँ
वहां कुछ दिक्कत हो रही है.
हाँ.
ठीक है.
माइक ऑन उनको ही करना पड़ेगा.
हा, देवते सर माईक तुम्हालाच तिकडून ऑन करावं लागेल म्हणत आहे. नहीं हो रहा है बोल रहे कपिल. गुड मॉर्निंग चौधरी सर. माननीय कुलगुरू साहेब नमस्कार.
Ajit sir, good
Good
morning.
morning. Good morning, everybody.
Ajit sir, good morning.
हाँ, गुड मॉर्निंग. गुड मॉर्निंग. गुड मॉर्निंग सर.
Good morning, everyone.
एकदम पहले की.
कपिल, ताई मॅटर सॉर्ट आउट झालं का तिथलं?
हाँ.
नाही, लेटेस्ट फर्स्ट कन्फर्म.
त्यांच्या इकडनं माईक जॉईन करा म्हणा, त्यांनी माईक जॉईन केलं.
माइक ने ज्वाइन किया है.
हाँ, वो दैट्स व्हाट आई एम आस्किंग. दैट्स व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू नो.
ज्वाइन विथ कॉम्प्युटर ऑडियो.
झालं सर.
झालं?
हो.
ठीक आहे. हा, त्या
लाईव्ह सुरू झालं का आपलं लाईव्ह? ओके. So, with the permission of all the elders.
यूट्यूब लिंक कर दिया क्या शेयर?
कर दिया.
ओके ओके. कहाँ व्हाट्सएप पे डाला है?
हाँ डाल दिया ग्रुप में.
ओके 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 ठीक.
Now we are live, Ajit. So, with the permission of the seniors and all the elders present here, I would like to start with this session, with the inaugural session of 2-day international e-conference on topic post-colonial writings, new and emerging concerns, being organized jointly by the departments of English of Barrister Seshrao Wankhede Mahavidyalay, Mopa, Rajkumar Keval Ramani Kanya Mahavidyalay, Nagpur, and Vasantrao Naik Government Institute of Arts and Social Sciences, Nagpur. Friends, post-colonial studies as a field of academic concentration emerged in the late 70s, and now it is one of the dominant literature which is being pursued in the era after the colonies, after the British left and the colonies got independence. In this inaugural session, We have with us Dr. Subhash Chaudhary, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Rashtrasant Tukdoji Maharaj Nagpur University as inaugurator, and Honorable Kundatai Vijaykar, President Mohopa Education Society, Mohopa, as the president of this session. I invite Dr. Ajit Jachak for his introductory remarks. Jachak sir has been the most important person behind this organization. It is he who had who took the initiative and could establish the contacts beyond the boundaries of India, and most of the hard work that would be visible in the coming 2 days for this e-conference was done by Dr. Ajit Jachak. So I invite Dr. Ajit, who is a Senate member of Rashtrasant Tukdoji Maharaj Nagpur University and a BOS member of English. I invite him for his introductory address. Over to you, Dr. Ajit. Dr. Jachak, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Singhel, for all the kind words you used. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The president of this inaugural function, Honorable Kundatai Vijaykar, the chief guest, Honorable Dr. Subhash Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor of our university, Honorable Professor Vijay Keval Ramani, the respected troika of organizers, Dr. Maruti Kolle, Dr. Sujata Vyas and Dr. Urmila Dabir, our advisors, Dr. Rajendra Prasad Shinde and Dr. Praveen Joshi, my fellow conveners, the young and industrious organizing committee members, and dear participants. It's indeed a matter of sheer joy and pure privilege to get an opportunity to introduce the theme of this two-day international e-conference to such a class congregation. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to this inaugural session. This is the first time for my college to endeavor such an event. However, the other two collaborative colleges have been organizing online, offline conferences for quite some time. I feel honored to be associated with Rajkumar Keval Ramani Kanya Mahavidyalaya Nagpur and Vasantrao Naik Government Institute of Arts and Social Sciences Nagpur, and we have adopted our common commitment to promote study of language and literature, be it for students or teachers, wide online resources. Friends, this international e-conference adopts a timely theme: post-colonial writings, new and emerging concerns. Post-colonial studies, as Dr. Singhel just mentioned, as a field of academic concentration, emerged in the late 70s of the previous centuries, and it, being dynamic in nature, is characteristically scrutinized and revalorized throughout the world today. This literature explores in depth the social, political, and historical contexts of colonialism, decolonization, migration, neocolonialism, and globalization. Post-colonial fiction writers deal with traditional colonial discourse, either by modifying it or by subverting it, or by both. The organization of this virtual literary gathering aims to examine aspects of post-colonial studies that have predisposed human society throughout the globe, including the role of race, the relationship between post-colonialism, anti-colonialism, and decolonization, the emergence of post-colonialism as a field of study, the influence of the subaltern studies group, critiques and contribution from the feminist and hybridity scholars, methodological approaches to post-colonial inquiry, and the enduring importance of post-colonial thought today. Friends, if you take a close look at the conference program, you will agree with me that this e-conference is going to be busy and productive. There is a lot on offer here for a 2-day event. Immediately after this inaugural session, we have the keynote address by Professor Jaideep Singh Dodia, a renowned face in the field of literature from Saurashtra University, Rajkot, Gujarat. On both days of this e-conference, we have one plenary session each, for which we are gratified to have presentations of speakers from across the globe. Dr. Kamla Lakshmi Naikar, who heads the Language, Literature and Communication Department at the University of Fiji, and Professor Angelo Victor Mercure, who is a professional educator in the University of North Dakota, Peru. The chairpersons of these plenary sessions are equally exemplary figures in the English teaching fraternity of India. Dr. Sudhir Nikam, Chairperson, Board of Studies in English, Mumbai University, and Professor G.A. Ghansham, in charge State Level Quality Assurance Cell of Chhattisgarh State, will chair plenary sessions on day 1 and day 2 respectively. Friends, we had originally planned to have one paper reading session a day. However, the overwhelming response of the participants made us add one more session every day, taking the tally of paper reading sessions to 4. We are happy to accommodate all those who express desire to present a paper here. The chairpersons of these sessions, who are known for their literary acumen, are going to be Dr. Supant Bhattacharya, Associate Professor, Hislop College, Nagpur; Professor Subhashri Mukherjee, Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur; Professor Meenakshi Chaube, JH Government PG College, Baitul, Madhya Pradesh; and Dr. Ruta Dharmadhikari, Associate Professor and Head, Department of English, LAD College, Nagpur. We are also coming out with a special issue of an international peer-reviewed journal, wherein research papers of the participants will be published. Friends, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the conference organizing committee for their diligent work. I express deep sense of gratitude towards the managements and principals of the collaborating higher education institutions who, as they always do, have encouraged us in this endeavor and provided all sorts of facilities needed for this virtual assembly. I would also like to thank participants from India and abroad for joining us in sharing their valuable experience and ideas. Finally, I wish you all, particularly our participants, a very pleasant time here. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Kapil Singhel.
Thank you, Dr. Jachak. As friends, you all know that conducting webinars and seminars is not possible unless we get encouragement and support from the management and the authorities. The 3 colleges are really fortunate to have all kind of support from their managements, as we have Honorable Kundatai Vijekar, who is presiding this session. Then the other person from is Mr. Vijay Kumar Keval Ramani, Professor Vijay Kumar Keval Ramani sir, who is the president of Sindhu Navyuvak Mandal, Nagpur. Sir is an active, enthusiastic personality working for the upliftment of Sindhi community. He aims to preserve Sindhi literature and culture. Since last many years, he has been observing Akhand Bharat Divas, desiring to unite India. He has established Rajkumar Keval Ramani Kanya Mahavidyalaya in the year 1997, and since then he is playing an important role in the academic and cultural progress of the institution as well as of the university. Many collaborative programs are conducted by this institute, and it is because of the strong support that sir gives. So as a guest of honor, I invite Mr. Professor Vijay Kumar Keval Ramani for to speak a few words. Keval Ramani sir, Honorable Keval Ramani sir.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Subhash Chaudhary, Honorable Dr. Kundatai Vijayakar, principals of all three colleges, heads of the department, and dear participants. It is my pleasure to be a part of this international e-conference organized by Barrister Sheshrao Wankhede Mahavidyalaya, Mopa, Rajkumar Keval Ramani Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur, and Vasantrao Naik, Government Institute of Arts and Social Science, Nagpur. I am very happy that these colleges have undertaken a collaborative project. This pandemic has made us change the mood of communication and teaching. Teachers are using online platform for teaching. Knowledge of technology is compulsory. I congratulate all three colleges for taking this initiative and organizing the mega event. Knowledge of English is needed in all fields like science, technology, medicines, and even in education. This conference is useful for PG students and research scholars. The resource persons will guide the participants through their presentations. I wish that such collaborative events are organized even in future by these colleges. I wish success to the conference. Thank you.
I think Kapil is not there.
Okay.
Ajit, can you move?
Yes, sure. May I now request Honorable Vice Chancellor of Rashtrasant Tukdoji Maharaj Nagpur University to come for his inaugural address. Dr. Subhash Chaudhary, please.
Hello.
Yes, sir. I would request you to address the gathering.
Nantar कोणाचे?
Dabir Madam, please switch off your audio.
Thank you very much. Honorable President of today's conference, Srimati Kundatai Vijayakar, the management of Rajkumar Keval Ramani College, Mr. Vijay Keval Ramani ji, principals of the colleges, coordinator of this conference, faculty members, and dear friends, a very good morning to all of you. In this 2 days International E-Conference on Post-Colonial Writing. I'm glad to know that the faculty members have taken the initiation for such a new emerging topic and new emerging area. As rightly said by Shri Vijay Keval Ramani ji, from the last 1.5 years due to pandemic, there has been a lot of changes in the mode of communication. And so in teaching learning process, conferences, seminars have been replaced by webinars, e-conferences, and so are being organized online. The teaching fraternity as a whole has come together to reach the student and their counterparts through this platform, which, though a new field at the beginning of the pandemic, now has become quite a common feature. This international conference is one of the instances of change that has taken place in educational field. It is nice to know that these kinds of events are also bringing different education institutes to work together in tandem, as we have Barrister Sheshrao Wankhede College, Mopa, Rajkumar Keval Ramani Kanya Mahavidyalaya Nagpur, and Vasantrao Naik Government Institute of Arts and Social Sciences Nagpur, collaborating in this venture, which is also the need of the hour. This brings together the human resources and bridges the colleges and faculty. I congratulate the organizing institutes for this collaboration. Even NAC promotes exchange of faculty and students. I am also aware of the fact that the English teachers have taken up innovative project like online sessions for undergraduate and postgraduate students. They have reached the students to the remotest part also. They have also produced e-content of their subject, which has helped the studies in the pandemic when offline classes were not possible and reading material was not available. The English fraternity has also conducted practice for the benefit of the students. I would like to applaud their efforts on this occasion. I am also aware the postgraduate syllabi of English have been revised and revamped. It confirms and is equivalent in standard to those taught in the top universities across the country. The guiding in designing the syllabus has been to evolve that students of our university are not found in lacking in competence anywhere in India and must be at part with the student of the best universities. There is a plethora of choices. Many of the papers are multidisciplinary in nature and therefore meet the recommendations of National Education Policy 2020. I think the need of the times for such changes and offer cross-cutting in content and approach. Postcolonial is one of the elective papers offered for postgraduate, and organizing e-conference on the topic will help the students to have an opportunity to listen to eminent and distinguished resource persons. The deliberations will also open new vistas and avenues for research for the teachers as well. The conference will definitely pave way for a new set of views and ideas. I wish success to the conference and hope that these institutions will come up with more such events in future. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Kapil, Dr. Singhal. There seems to be a little technical problem with Dr. Kapil Singhal. So may I now request the co-host, Dr. Madhvi Dr. Madhvi Mohril, to introduce the president of this inaugural session, Honorable Mrs. Kundatai Vijaykar. Dr.
Yes.
Mohril, please.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Let me take this up. Introduce Kunda Vijaykar to the audience. Madam was working as a lecturer in chemistry at Xavier's College, Nagpur. Also was lecturer at College, Nagpur. Madam has served as a member of Executive Council of Punjab Rao Krishi Vidyapit for 5 years. While she was a member of the PKV, she had undertaken projects of extension in the 5 villages in the burning areas of Nagpur city. In the field of agriculture, she also has worked in the field of immunization of animals to their maintenance. She has served as a member of Indian Council for Agriculture Research, New Delhi for 3 years. She served as a councillor's nominee on Nagpur University Senate for 6 years and elected to the Senate. From the Senate, she was elected to She is working as a president of MOPA Education Society, which runs schools and colleges. She is also the president of Kohil Rural Education Society. She was a member of LMC Binzani Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur. Madam's list of achievements and recognition is quite long. On behalf, as time constraint, on behalf of the organizations and the conveners and organizing cities, I welcome Honorable Kundatai Vijaykar ma'am and request her by the participants. Over to you, ma'am.
Workout restore.
Tai, it's over to you.
Dr. Subhash Chaudhary, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Nagpur University, Shri Dhanraj Mane, Honorable Director, Higher Education, Government of Maharashtra, Professor Keval Ramani, Honorable President, Sindhu Navyuvak Mandal Nagpur, Dr. Kolle, Dr. Vyas, Dr. Dabir, all members of the organizing committee and participants. Good morning, everybody. It's a great privilege to be presiding over this function, conducting the 2 days international e-conference on post-colonial writings and emerging concerns. I must say I have been very closely associated with Nagpur University, and it gives me great pleasure to be associated with this function today. 3 institutions affiliated to Nagpur University have come forth to organize this conference, and it is a very good achievement, and I congratulate all of them. I think one of the colleges is in the rural areas, and that is my college. And I would like to make a special mention that we in the rural area also are trying our best to propagate the cause of English. I see your program, and many eminent personalities will be contributing at the conference, and this will go a long way to give a very good exposure to the students and different faculty members. But at the same time, I would expect that in the future, many more such colleges will come forth for such causes and take the responsibility of propagating English to the different students, the professors, participants, and work in the literary field. I wish you all the best, I hope your conference will be a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry, because of some technical snag, I had to be away for 5 to 10 minutes. I thank all the dignitaries in this inaugural session. Honorable Dr. Subhash Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor Rashtrasant Tukadoji Maharaj Nagpur University, Nagpur. Honorable Kundatai Vijayakar Madam, President Mohopa Education Society, Mohopa. Honorable Professor Keval Ramani Sir. And now hereafter, we will be moving over to the keynote address of Singh Dodia. Dodia sir is a professor of English at Saurashtra University, Rajkot. Sir has been directly appointed as professor and starting with his PhD work on the minuscule Parsi diaspora, he has done extensive work on the novels of Rohinton Mistry, Firdaus Kanga, Farooq Dhondi, and Bapsi Sidhwa. And many of his works have come out as publication, and the library at VNGISS, Vasantra Naik Government Institute, has many books which have been authored or edited by Dr. Jaideep Singh Dodia sir. He has, besides the publication of a monogram on Indian writing in English, sir has edited number of critical studies, including the plays of Girish Karnad, critical studies, the fiction of Shobha Day, contemporary Indian writing in English, perspectives of Indian English fiction, critical essays on Anita Desai's fiction, critical perspectives on the Ramayana, Indian English poetry, perspectives of Indian English fiction, critical essays on Indian writing, and the list moves on. It goes on with and ends with Indian women novelists in English. So his area of interest, we see that it includes almost the galaxy of topics, the different topics that he has worked upon. He has been invited to give lectures in Malaysia, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and many more abroad, the countries abroad. Active in the academic governance of his university, sir has served as the member of Senate, Syndicate Academic Council, and Board of University Teaching of Saurashtra University, Rajkot. He has served as the president of Saurashtra University Teachers Association and General Secretary for many years. He has successfully presided over quite a few high-power educational committees, committee meetings which were held in Rajkot, Ahmedabad, Shimla, that is Himachal Pradesh, and New Delhi. So, sir will be delivering a keynote address on the topic, on the main theme of this e-conference, that is post-colonial writing. So, on behalf of the organizers, I welcome sir to this stage and hand over the mic to him for his keynote address. Over to you, Dodia sir.
Hello, am I audible? Hello. Hello.
Hello, yes, sir. Good morning. You are audible, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Singhal, for introducing me. Honorable Vice Chancellor of RTM Nagpur University, Dr. Subhash Chaudhary sir. Equally Honorable President of Mohopa Education Society, Honorable Kundatai Vijayakar. Honorable Director of Higher Education, Maharashtra State Department of Education, Honorable Dhanraj Mane. Honorable President of Sindhu Navayuk Mandal, Nagpur, Professor Vijay Keval Ramani. Principals of 3 different colleges which have organized this two-day international conference on post-colonial writings, new and emerging concerns. Respected Dr. Kohle Sahab, Dr. Sujata Vyas, Dr. Urmila Dabir, conveners of this three-day international e-conference, Dr. Ajit, Dr. Kapil Singhal, Dr. Madhavi, respected eminent speakers invited from various parts of the country, participants, teachers of these three different organizations which have come forward to organize a very relevant conference, respected chairperson of Board of Studies in English, University of Mumbai, Dr. Sudhir Nikam, managing trustees of three different colleges, and friends. It's a matter of immense pleasure that three different colleges affiliated to RTM Nagpur University, barristers Sesarao Wankhade Mahavidyalay, Bhopal, Rajkumar Keval Ramani Kanya Mahavidyalay Nagpur, and Vasantrao Nayak Government Institute of Arts and Social Science Nagpur are jointly organizing a two-day international e-conference on post-colonial writings, new and emerging concerns. See, first of all, I would like to congratulate the governing members of the governing bodies of these institutes, all the three principals, and of course, conference conveners for organizing a very relevant conference by using the digital platform. These days, in these situations, it's not possible for us to meet physically, but they have, of course, tried their best to bring scholars from various parts of the world by using this digital platform, e-conference, of course. And the first thing I would like, before I start my keynote address, I would like to congratulate them for organizing this conference on a very relevant theme, because these days, a lot of work is being done in the field of post-colonial literature and post-colonial criticism. So, Honorable Vice Chancellor rightly said that these three colleges have tried their best to bring young scholars as participants. So, and these young scholars, of course, they are future academicians. They will be working in several education institutions after a couple of years. So, this conference will certainly play a major role in shaping their academic careers, because they will get some ideas that there are further scopes of research in post-colonial literature. There are further scopes of research in post-colonial criticism. So before I begin my keynote address, I once again congratulate organizers, management, the managing trustees, principals, and all the teachers of these three colleges for, of course, organizing a two-day international e-conference on post-colonial writings, new and emerging concerns. I have divided my keynote address focusing on two aspects. The first aspect would be post-colonial literature, and the concept, of course, has been, of course, emphasized. And in the later part of my keynote address, I would be talking about post-colonial criticism. That would be a brief introduction, of course, because it is not possible to focus on all these major post-colonial critics within specific time limit. And in the concluding part of my talk, of course, keynote address, I would be talking about a couple of post-colonial writers and what type of, we can say, post-colonial trends we find in their fictional discourse. So I begin now. My post-colonialism involves a studied engagement with the experience of colonialism, its past and present effects, both at local and global level. It also involves the discussions of the experiences of the colonized people, such as slavery, migration, marginalization, suppression, discrimination, resistance, difference, racial discrimination, gender bias, and place as such as well as responses to the discourses of imperial Europe, such as history, philosophy, anthropology, and linguistics. Post-colonialism also reflects the conditions under imperialism and colonialism, as well as the conditions emerging after the historical end of colonialism. Post-colonialism has also been a term used to reinterpret Western canonical literature from various perspectives. The term post-colonial literature means any national literature written after the particular nation got independence from a colonizing power. The term post-colonial refers to those nations that gained independence between the last quarter of the 19th century and the 1960s. Geographically speaking, post-colonial is a global term. It includes the nations of the Caribbean countries, Central and South America, Africa, or even so many South Pacific islands, Malaysia, India, Ireland, among others. Even Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and the Philippines. The colonizing powers for these countries are Great Britain, France, Spain, Portugal, Belgium, Germany, and America. So this post-colonialism can be looked at from, we can say, a very global perspective, that quite a few rich nations of these countries were colonized once upon a time, and the colonizers were also very powerful nations. Post-colonial literature focuses on opposition to imperial forces. Not only that, but post-colonial literature explores the issues of cultural alienation. The post-colonial writing also reflects the tensions between the colonizer and the colonized, or between the old colonial society and the emerging post-colonial one. The aim of these three eminent, well-established education institutes of Maharashtra, I must say the aim of Barrister Sesrao Wankhede Mahavidyalay, BSWM, MOPA, Rajkumar Keval Ramani, Kanya Mahavidyalay, RKKM, Nagpur, and Vasantrao Nayak, Government Institute of Arts and Social Science, VNGIASS, Nagpur, is to study various aspects of post-colonial studies that have predisposed human society throughout the world, including the role of race, the relationship between post-colonialism, anti-colonialism, and decolonization. The emerging of post-colonialism as a field of study, the influence of the subaltern studies groups, critics, and contributions from the feminist and hybridity scholars, methodological approaches to post-colonial inquiry, and the enduring importance of post-colonial thought today. The subterms of this present international conference, organized by three eminent institutes affiliated to RTM Nagpur University, of course, are imperialism and colonialism, nationalism, identity crisis, African literature, Afro-American literature, subaltern studies, globalization, multiculturalism, diaspora writings, feminist writings, post-colonial discourses, and cultural imperialism. I must say that while choosing the thrust areas of this international e-conference on post-colonialism or post-colonial writings. The teachers of these three colleges have, of course, worked very hard. They have chosen very relevant area, and certainly it will give new directions to many young scholars for their research in the same field. Thus, the organizers of this international conference have chosen a very relevant thrust area for the conference. For that, they should be congratulated. Post-colonial theorists and historians are concerned with the various trajectories of modernity as understood and experienced from a range of philosophical, cultural, and historical perspectives. They have been particularly concerned with engaging with the ambiguous legacy of the Enlightenment as expressed in social, political, economic, scientific, legal, and cultural thought beyond Europe itself. The legacy is ambiguous according to post-colonial theorists, because the age of Enlightenment was also an age of empire, and the connection between those two historical epochs is more than incidental. Post-colonialism is also closely associated with a more specific set of questions. And although it should not be reduced to these questions, they have proved to be enormously influential. One of the most prominent questions has been the relationship between imperialism and identity. One basic question many post-colonial historians, theorists, and many post-colonial even research scholars and other writers have asked us is, how does the non-European world write its own history? It's a question. Some Indian historians associated with subaltern studies, for example, although deeply influenced by Marxism, also sought to rescue the collective agency of Indian peasants from the category of the pre-political to which they had been assigned by Marxism. Such an approach questions the very idea of theories of social and historical development in which people or cultures are located somewhere on a scale between primitive or archaic and civilized. Of course, this issue is rather complex. Could peasants be genuine political actors if they did not use the language and practice of rights of sovereignty in the way that European political thought differentiated as it is conceived of it? Was the collective action of Indian peasants pre-political or backward because it was oriented around religious or kinship relations? For example, as opposed to class or universal human interest? And how should those alternative social liabilities be described and made sense of anyway? Post-colonialism has been associated with skepticism about the historicism of Marxist and liberal historiography. That is about the manner in which practitioners of those types of historiography, which posit many universals, understand history itself. For some of them, that skepticism has meant abandoning any essentialist representations of identity, because they believe any identity is always ultimately heterogeneous and must be theorized as such. There, the influence of French philosopher Michel Foucault was particularly significant from the 1960s onwards. For instance, in Edward Said's groundbreaking book, Orientalism, published in 1978, Michel Foucault's subtle conceptions of the constructive relationship between power and knowledge proved a critical angle from which to investigate the way representations of non-European culture and thought were shaped by a web of institutional and political forces connected to the justifications and practice of Western imperialism. As far as postcolonial criticism is concerned, quite a few eminent post-colonial critics have contributed in various capacities. To name a few, Edward Said, with his concept of Orientalism, Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak, views on subaltern. Another leading post-colonial critic, Homi Bhabha. These critics have contributed a lot to enrich post-colonial criticism. Not only that, but these critics have given ideas to many young research scholars working in the field of post-colonial studies. The ideas uttered by all these three leading post-colonial critics, be it Edward Said, Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak, Homi Bhabha, and others, have of course shaped these research scholars, we can say, or have given a very sound theoretical framework to the research work of these budding scholars. So their contribution is of course eminent. Edward Said's concept of Orientalism that we of course study, that is applicable to, or we can of course study Rohinton Mistri's fictions, Such a Long Journey, Fine Balance, even Family Matters, or his short stories, Tales from Firozabad, by keeping this concept in mind. And quite a few African and Caribbean and many other post-colonial writers, they are facing quite a few problems. Their characters also are marginalized. So in that case, subaltern studies concept is also very much applicable to all these writers. Of course, Edward Said Orientalism is very important as far as post-colonial criticism is concerned, because one of the most influential books of the modern era as far as post-colonial criticism is concerned is Edward Said's Orientalism, published in 1978. It has, of course, focused on very new concepts pertaining to post-colonial research, post-colonial criticism. Orientalism was a book published in, of course, post-colonial period, appearing around the same time as the works of Derrida, Foucault, and other French feminist critics. It sat in a motion and intellectual turbulence that altered the shape of the canon of Western and Eastern academia. What we see today in the work of the post-colonial writers in America, European and South Asian university departments of English, comparative literature and area studies is the abiding influence of this one text. So this, of course, on the basis of a survey of research work done in almost all leading or the best universities of other foreign countries also, we can realize what type of influence Edward Said's book Orientalism has on ongoing research in these leading universities. So Said's, of course, major contribution was to see colonialism as rooted in the epistemological inquiry and project constructing the Orient. Orientalism is this European constructions of the East as primitive, savage, pagan, undeveloped, and criminal. Such as constructions then enabled the European to justify his presence. The poor, weak, the native needed to be governed and developed, and it was the task of the European to do so. Oriental reality is interpreted in particular ways that are usable by the Europeans. Thus, Hindu and Islamic religion, texts, and beliefs are constructed within this discourse as pagan, primitive, and requiring reform. Now, it is important, means of course, few stages which can be which are to be kept in mind while applying Edward Said's concept of Orientalism. Number one, the European has particular idea about the Hindu Islamic systems within his consciousness. The European collects notes about the native systems. The European interprets these notes from the standpoint of his already existing conceptions or misconceptions and ideas. Native opinions on native reality are ignored in favor of authoritative European reading interpretations. This is what Said's, of course, manifest Orientalism focuses on. European interpretations become the standard readings then that reinforce the latent ideas about the Hindu Islamic systems. These readings are actively linked to and reflect the political demands and acts of the colonial administrations. Thus, of course, these three leading critics, Edward Said, Homi Bhabha, and Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak, have contributed immensely to the emerging trends in the field of post-colonial criticism. And this, of course, has gone a long way in theorizing research of our young scholars in various universities. Now, quite a few writers have, of course, are in post-colonial era have been writing, and their fictional discourse or their works, whether it is fictional works or non-fictional works, will find a lot of post-colonial characteristics. Be it Amitav Ghosh, the novel of Amitav Ghosh, of course, quite a few novels have this type of background. For instance, the shadow lines. Then Arundhati Roy's The God of Small Things. You see the treatment to women. Women, particularly in this background of the background that Arundhati Roy chooses for a text, The God of Small Things. There are double standards as far as man and woman relationship is concerned. They have different norms for their daughters and different norms for their sons. One example that you can have or you can realize while reading The God of Small Things is that Amu and Chaco both are children of Papachi and Mamachi. Amu, being a girl, being a woman, has to follow a specific code of conduct. There are different ethics for her. Similarly, for Chaco, parents are little liberal. Chaco has some sort of liberty, which Amu doesn't have. So in the same society, elite society, people have different norms for their daughter and different norms for their son. And Amu and Velutha, they of course have very good relationships. Velutha, since he belongs to a different community, the problems crop up as far as man-woman relationship is concerned. So people's concerns for caste, people concerns for gender, different norms for men, different norms for women, they are reflected profusely in Arundhati Roy's fictional discourse. When we read the text, The God of Small Things, quite a few characteristics pertaining to post-colonial literature are reflected in her novel. Similarly, Bapsi Sidhwa, of course, is a Pakistani writer, but post-colonial characteristics are, of course, seen in her novels also. She has read, of course, written quite a few novels. The Crow Eaters, Ice Candy Man, then even Pakistani Bride, Family, Water, and one is, of course, The American Bread. In American Bread, as well as in Ice Candy Man, Bapsi Sidhwa talks about her community. So one's attachment to one's community, references to community, caste, creed, color, that is also one of the characteristics of post-colonial literature. That is also reflected. Of course, there are different reasons. Ethnocentric discourse is also one of the characteristics of post-colonial literature. If you read Sidhwa's 3 novels, Ice Candy Man, An American Bread, and The Crow Eaters. In Pakistani Bride, she doesn't talk about her community as a protagonist, or you will not find any ethnocentric discourse in the novel for the Pakistani Bride. But in other 3 novels, of course, the community emerges as a protagonist. Now, why focus on community? There are different reasons. Many post-colonial writers may be talking about their community or their background or their caste factor or racial discriminations or gender-based society or the types of experiences they had in their society. Because after all, literature is the mirror of the society. Whatever is happening in our society is certainly reflected in our literature. And then only literature can be the mirror of the society. So writers also are coming from this society, whatever they have experienced, whatever they have seen. All these experiences, all these feelings that they have taken from various places are reflected in their fictional discourse. There is one character in Bapsi Sidhwa's An American Bread, Firoza. Now parents, Jareen, mother is Jareen Parsi lady, they send their daughter to America for higher education. And they think that America is a fast developing, of course, a very country will certainly broaden the vision of her daughter. Her daughter will turn out to be a very good student with, we can say, very good ideas. So she must be sent to America, and they send her to America for higher education. But in America, this girl falls in love with David Press, who doesn't belong to their community. He's a Jew. So interfaith marriage again is a problem in this Parsi community. The moment Firoza's mother Jareen comes to know about her daughter's relationship with a known Parsi boy in America, she immediately flies to America and she tries her best to dissuade her daughter. She says that this is not fair. You will lose your right to property. You will bring, of course, defame to our family. And why don't you find a nice Parsi boy? Why have you fallen in love with a non-Parsi boy? And so many things. She uses her own tactic to dissuade her daughter. But the daughter is also very firm. She doesn't want to change her mind. And she says that, mother, religion is purely personal matter. I'll carry the fire in my heart. I can come to you, Pakistan, if you want me to come with you. I can drop even the idea of my relationship with David Press, but keep one thing in mind, that this marriage or this type of relationship is, of course, has nothing to do with one's religion. And the words that this girl, Firoza, utters in one of the dialogues in the text is that I'll carry the fire in my heart. The Parsis are fire worshippers. And the girl, Firoza, says that, see, I'll keep my religion intact. There won't be any problem pertaining to my religion. But even after coming to my own country, I may marry any boy. And actually, she's very firm. She doesn't want to change her mind. but the mother somehow forces or she uses some tactics, and the David Press or lover changes his mind. That's the reason. So Parsi community is of course emerges as a protagonist in Bapsi Sidhwa's novel. Similarly, it also emerges as a protagonist in Rohinton Mistri's novels. Rohinton Mistri, a Bombay-based Parsi who migrated to Canada later on. Of course, has written 3 major novels, Such a Long Journey, Family Matters, Such a Long Journey, Family Matters from Firozabad. Now, even in Such a Long Journey, there are quite a few characters which speak about customs of Parsi community, the threats that they are facing, the problems that they are facing. Now, the reason is, if people in post-colonial era, in post-colonial literature, or our post-colonial writers like Rohinton Mistri or Bapsi Sidhwa, why do they focus on their community? Why do they allow their community to emerge as a protagonist in their novels, in their fiction? The reason is very clear, that this community is facing the problem of demographic decline. There are specific reasons. Sociologists and others, they have done concrete research in that. The reason for this demographic decline of this community, which has contributed to various fields in India and abroad, be it music, Jubin Mehta is there, legal profession, Nani Soli Sorabji, Attorney General of India, even industries, creative writing, Rohinton Mistri, Firdaus Kanga, Farooq Dondi, Tekida and Daruwala. So many prominent writers, of course, in this minority community has given us in India also. So they have contributed to various fields, but the major problem that this community is facing is the demographic decline. And what are the reasons for demographic decline? That also can be briefly discussed here. The number one, that they have very low rate of birth and high rate of death. So as far as the input and output in the community is concerned, there are major imbalances. Second thing is late marriages in cases of Parsi men and women. They marry at a very late age, some marry at the age of 40, 45, 35. So late marriage also creates problem. Third thing, that they the way we find double practice of double standards in other Indian society, or the way other post-colonial writers talk about double standards for men and women, even this community is not free from that concept or this practice. Because if Parsi girls marry outside their community, then they are excommunicated. They don't remain Parsi. But in case of Parsi boys, if they marry outside their community, they are little liberal. So intercaste, interfaith marriages of Parsi girls, that is also one of the reasons. And one thing is that high expectancy of life. Parsis in Bombay or any big city, be it any big city, in Delhi or anywhere, wherever they are, the Parsi man will not marry until and unless he has enough infrastructure facility at his home. If he doesn't have his own flat, own big house, he will never think of marriage. Surat Parsi Anjuman in Gujarat, they thought of giving flats or houses to Parsi couples marrying within the community at a very concessional rate, right? Just to promote the solution of the problem of demographic decline. So post-colonial Parsi writers, Rohinton Mistri, Bapsi Sidhwa, Firdaus Kanga, Farooq Dondi, all these writers discuss the problems pertaining to their community in their novels. Of course, because of this reason, also ethnocentric discourse is also one of the characteristics of post-colonial literature. Of course, there are quite a few points which can be discussed at length as far as post-colonial literature is concerned, or as far as post-colonial criticism is concerned. And so many scholars in Indian and foreign universities are working today for their doctoral or postdoctoral research in the field of post-colonial literature as well as post-colonial criticism. best efforts are there on their part to put their research in theoretical framework from the points of view of post-colonial critics. So once again, I congratulate organizers, principals of 3 colleges and the coordinators of the 3 colleges for choosing the very relevant theme for this 2-day international e-conference. I thank organizers and conference coordinators for giving me an opportunity to address the huge gathering today and to meet young research scholars through this digital platform. Once again, I'm thank all the authorities of the college, these 3 colleges, principals, staff, and coordinators for giving me an opportunity to address this e-conference. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot on behalf of all the organizing 3 colleges. Sir delivered his keynote address on 2 aspects of post-colonialism. The first one was the criticism, post-colonial criticism, and the other one was literature. And it was in the criticism, the writers that he has mentioned, the concepts that we should take into consideration are of the writers like Gayatri Spivak, Homi Bhabha, and Edward Said. And when it comes to post-colonial, the characteristics of post-colonial literature, he tried to explain it with the help of the works of Arundhati Roy, Bapsi Sidhwa, and Rohinton Mistry. So I thank sir for accepting our invitation and delivering a keynote address for this international 2-day international e-conference. And I declare that the inaugural session is over, and now we'll move on to the first plenary session. For that, I hand over the proceedings to my colleague, Mr. Govind Rathore.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. With the warmest greetings of the season, I, Govind Rathore, welcome all the digital participants for the first plenary session of 2-day international conference on post-colonial writing, new and emerging trends. We are intellectually euphoric to have Dr. Sudhir Nikam sir as a chairperson and Dr. Kamla Lakshmi Naikar madam as a resource person for the first plenary session. May I beseech the chair to grant us the permission to start the proceedings. Sir.
Yeah, Nikam sir.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you, sir. I take this opportunity to introduce one of the well-known figure in the academic circle of Mumbai University, Dr. Sudhir Nikam sir, who is the chairperson for the first plenary session of this 2-day international conference. Sir is an associate professor of English and head of PG Department of English at BNN College, Bhiwandi, Mumbai. Sir has worked in multiple capacity and has contributed significantly in the academic circle. Sir has been the chairperson of Board of Studies in English, University of Mumbai since 2020. In addition to that, Sir has been member of Academic Council of University of Mumbai. He has also been he has also been a member of Research and Recognition Committee in English of University of Mumbai since 2020. Sir, in addition to that, Sir has also been the member of Board of Studies in English at SRT Marathwada University, Nanded, member of Board of Studies in English, MK Bhavnagar University, Bhavnagar, member Board of Studies in English, University of Mumbai, member Board of Studies in English, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, member Board of Studies in Languages, English and Indian Languages, Rashtra Tukadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur, member Board of Studies in English, TCC College, Baravati. Member Research and Recognition Committee, KJ Somaya Comprehensive College of Education, Training and Research, Mumbai. Secretary, Indian Association of Canadian Studies, and President, Higher Education and Research Society, Mumbai. Sir has supervised about 16 students for their PhD degree, and about seven students are working under him for their PhDs. Sir has worked as an external supervisor for PhD in many universities, and the list is so long. There are about 39 universities that Sir has contributed as a kind of external supervisor for PhD. To name few: Savitribai Phule University, Pune; Shivaji University, Kolhapur; Kaviyatri Bahirabai Chaudhary, North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon; Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, Maratha University, Aurangabad; Swami Ramanand Tirtha, Maratha University, Nanded; Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amaravati; Rashtrasant Tukadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur; Gondwana University, Gadchiroli. And universities which are outside of the Maharashtra, they include Chhatrapati Shahu Ji Maharaj University, Kanpur; Nurul Islam University, Kanyakumari; Bharatiya University, Coimbatore; Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar University, Muzaffarnagar, Bihar; Usman University, Hyderabad; Andhra Pradesh University, Visakhapatnam, and the list goes on. Sir has contributed significantly as the chairman of Board of Studies in English at the University of Mumbai. Sir has developed courses like certificate course in film appreciation, certificate course in content writing, certificate course in legal drafting, certificate course in folklorist, certificate course in translation studies, certificate course in creative writing, and many more. Moreover, Sir has delivered many invited talks and delivered, kind of a talk at refresher courses and orientation programs. Sir is such a prominent figure. This is on the record. Off the record, Sudhir Nikam Sir is very famous for his kind nature. To use the very famous Shakespearean expression for that, that he is too full of the milk of human kindness. We are indeed, blessed to have the person of such a repute and such a kind of constructive, academic, creative contribution. I welcome you, sir, for this particular first session of today International Conference.
Thank you, Gaurav.
Yeah. With the permission of Dr. Sudhir Nikam, sir, I take this opportunity to introduce the guest speaker or the speaker, for this particular plenary session, Dr. Kamla Lakshmi Naikar, ma'am. Dr. Kamla Lakshmi Naikar, ma'am, is a scholar and dedicated teacher at the University of Fiji. She writes review on range of subjects such as women writing, postcolonial literature, and creative writing in Fiji and internationally. She inhabits a prominent place at the University of Fiji, where she has served since the university's inception, and she is a respected citizen of Nadi. A Fijian reading of Bharati Mukherjee is her first major book. At present, ma'am heads Department of Language, Literature, and Communication, School of Humanities and Arts, University of Fiji, Lautaka, Fiji. Ma'am has worked in the multiple capacities, and her professional contribution include that ma'am has been the chair of International Studies, member of Senate Publication Committee, Staff Review Appeal Committee, Senior Editor Fiji Women Experience during COVID-19 book, Screening Committee, Interview Committee, Nursing Lecturer Coordinator, Chair, Screening and Interview Committee, Assistant Lecturer, in charge of Uni-Fiji Student Volunteers at Forced Labor and Migration Conference, member Fijian Writer Association, the University of Fiji, member First Fiji Literary Festival, the University of Fiji, School of Humanities and Arts, University of Fiji, elected member of the Committee of Code of Professional Ethics, coordinator and member World Peace Day, member National Fiji Day. Moreover, her professional expertise include that ma'am was panel of markers marking ARIA Convention Centennial Celebration Aces Competition, ARIA Convention Centennial Celebration for 2 days, University Graduation Committee meetings, Staff Forum Platform for Intellectual Decision and Debate on Current Issues, and the list goes on. This is quite an exhaustive list that I am skipping this with the permission of the concerned person and of course the chair. And ma'am has worked at many positions. Few of them include that ma'am has served as assistant principal at St. Thomas High School, assistant principal Rauta Naula Secondary School, vice principal Lautoka Andhra Sangam College, head of Tawa College, head of Department Science, Provincial Secondary School and Lautoka Muslim College, member of Screening and Interview Committee for the appointment of LCC Department, supervised teaching practice as a coordinator in 1990s and 20s, practicum at Tawa College and Andhra College, panel leader year 2012. She has published many scholarly journals, and the list is very long. To name few, ma'am has published this beautiful work called The Multiple Intelligence of Turkish Students, Basis for Instructional Strategies. In addition to that, she had chaired many sessions and published presented her paper in many national and international conferences. So with this, I cut short the introduction of ma'am. And this is really, such a humongous personality that we have today. So aren't we indeed blessed to have such an academic doyen among us today? I can't hold my intellectual words to witness something special today. With the permission of the chair, may I humbly beseech Dr. Kamala Lakshmi Nayakar ma'am to collect with her discourse on reading Indian feminism in the post-colonial context. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom about me. I take the credit, but at the same time, I thank everyone at the University of Fiji, always supporting me in achieving whatever I have achieved so far. I'll start my presentation today. Good evening. Warm greetings from the University of Fiji, Wanakam and Bula from Fiji. I would like to start my presentation today by thanking the organizers of this international conference for the commitment and dedication to make this a huge success. Special thanks to Dr. Praveen Joshi, Dr. Ajit Chachak, and Dr. Kapil Singhal, who have been in constant touch with me and my colleagues, and Dr. Praveen Joshi for inviting me to be a resource person, a guest speaker at this prestigious conference. Reading Indian feminism in the post-colonial context is my topic for today's conference. Post-colonial literature, Commonwealth literature, Third World literature. Such derogatory terms were for literature produced in colonized countries by the colonized. Salman Rushdie, an acclaimed writer, claimed in his essay, Commonwealth literature does not exist, but only the term literature exists. Chinua Achebe, when he attended the first Commonwealth Writers' Conference, made the point that Western academics think that a writer from a colonized country writes to revolt against the society set by the colonizers. For Achebe, a writer is an organic part of the society. A writer is a teacher who knows the aspirations and requirements of the society. A creative post-colonial writer not only sees the society as it is, but brings about changes in the society through his or her writing. So, reading Indian feminism in the post-colonial context will focus on how the Kolkata-born Indian-American writer Bharti Mukherjee, through her creative works, addresses and explores in depth the social, political, and historical contexts of colonialism, decolonization, feminism, race, hybridity, migration, neocolonialism, and globalization. Gayatri Chakraborty Spivak, best known as a post-colonial theorist, a leading post-colonial critic, traces the predicament of the post-colonial intellectual in a neo-colonized world in our own case, as well as the texts of the Western or Indian traditions. In a book, Can the Subaltern Speak? Portrays a brown woman is unable to escape the expectations of her gender and untouchables, unable to escape his caste acquired at birth, and is unchangeable. And it seems at first glance as if the white men saved the subaltern, but this is refuted. It is after India's independence. These beliefs die a very slow death. The academic discourse on post-colonial literature is characterized by a continuous process of debates on a variety of issues, reassessments of theories, and redefinement definitions of terms. The term post-colonial literature refers to writing produced after the political independence of various countries, which were formerly subject to European colonial rule. Most of this literature, written by authors in their home countries or in diaspora, deals with issues of colonial experience or decolonization. Famous post-colonial writers like Jean Rice, Anita Desai, and Bharti Mukherjee represented interrelations between the colonizer and the colonized. Owing to varied class, caste, religion, ethnicity, and language practices, and the problematic interlocking of the historical conflicts between the colonizer and the colonized, the diversity in Indian culture and society contributed largely to the inclusive approach of feminism in India. Discrimination against women is a potent force of unevenness in the 21st century across the world. Moreover, the growing threat of divisiveness in the world is seeing the faces of colonial imperialism and influencing gender politics, symptomatized by global dissatisfaction with intercultural ties. Feminist writers struggled to give voice to the problems and issues of women in Indian society, as well as the emergence of the treatment of women in Indian writing in English in the feminist and post-colonial era. With time, there were efforts made after the attainment of independence towards highlighting the plight of women in Indian fiction by the modern feminist novelists like Anita Desai, Shashi Deshpande, Arundhati Roy, Bharti Mukherjee, Kamala Markandeya, Manju Kapoor, and many more, from equality to the search of identity. Conscious and sustained efforts have been made by innumerable writers in order to sectionalize the dilemma of women from numerous angles. The modern writer of letters herald a new morality, morality not confined to physical purity. It requires accommodation of individual desires for self-fulfillment. The attempt is to bring about a change in social milieu where woman is accepted as equals in all respect to men in impartial sharing of rights, opportunities, and also responsibilities in the procedure of evolution of human association. Feminism in the post-colonial context has brought about an insistent and searching exploration of the role and status of women in society. The feminist theory justifies the accounts of women by permitting them to represent their predicament and play a role by speaking from a situation which they have experienced. The protagonists in selected novels of Bharti Mukherjee speak for themselves. These protagonists highlight the gendered and ethnically underlined identities of women, especially Indian women. The protagonists, Tara Banerjee, Jasmine, Dimple, and Anna of selected novels, The Tiger's Daughter, Jasmine, wife, and the holder of the world, face a varied situations as women and immigrants to find a sense of self in the new world. They undergo strenuous engagement to get rid of the kind of the multifaceted beliefs and chains of conventions to be themselves. Mukherjee's selected women characters are strong, defy conservative norms, stay true to the spirits of exploration, learn the secret of survival, and make a place for themselves in a world that seems to conspire against them by speaking out and demanding their voices to be heard. The young women characters are out of the post-colonial patriarchy and being educated are able to speak for themselves. Mukherjee's protagonists, to survive in a new culture, struggle to find their identity and survive to make a change to the adopted country's culture. They are no more Indian Americans, but are accepted as only Americans. Hybridity, in its most basic sense, refers to mixture. Hybridity is used in discourses about race and post-colonialism, identity, multiculturalism, and globalization. This is noticeably explored in Mukherjee's selected novels. Her women characters, to survive in a new culture, assimilate the foreign culture, maintaining their identity and traditional practices to a great extent. Now I'll briefly explain the idea behind my selecting Bharati Mukherjee as a study for my PhD thesis. Post-colonial literary situation in Fiji was dominated by male writers like Subramani, Satyendra Nandan, Vijay Mishra, to name a few, in the 1900s. When I first started planning this work in 2010 to investigate a woman writer of fiction with a substantial oeuvre, I felt this would lead me to gain deeper insight into certain cultural issues pertaining to women which preoccupied me as a female academic living in Fiji. I wanted to gain a deeper understanding of my own society and myself. Through this study, I plan to investigate social and cultural situations of women in Fiji. Subjugation, oppression, marginalization, violence against women, and other gender-related issues were the issues I wanted to examine. I began a search for a woman author that would contribute to my doctoral thesis. Naturally, I turned to Fijian literature. Writings by Fiji and Pacific women writers achieved acclaim. However, after the initial publication of their short stories, poetry, they did not go on to establish themselves as writers of fiction. I was disappointed that they had not produced any anthology of their writings. My interest came to focus on women prose writers of Indian descent in the diaspora. When I was researching in 2010, Jhumpa Lahiri had not appeared on the scene. Finally, in the middle of this scene and search, I discovered a novel with a startling title, Wife, published in 1975, which immediately pulled my attention. The narrative is located in two immensely diverse settings: Kolkata, a vital but improvised community, and New York, complex and urban. Dimple, the protagonist, lives with her in-laws. A mother-in-law changes her name to Nandini. She's segregated in America by Indian patriarchy that minimizes access to the wider world and suffocates by the restrictions forced on her. Finally, Dimple uses violence as a form of womanly vengeance. A brutal moment in the novel is when Dimple aborts the fetus growing inside her in an act of hostility directed at herself and her society that imprisons her and she cold-bloodedly murders her husband. These were the shocking episodes that compelled me to think more deeply on the predicaments of women and relate that to Fiji. My search led me to Canada and the United States to Bharti Mukherjee. She was my choice to explore the subject of women in their motherland and in a foreign country. Mukherjee has created a fascinating literary world centered on women in the diaspora. I connected with this fictional world straight away. She presented insignificantly a version of what it means to be an immigrant from India, lived herself as an Indian Canadian, and later an American. Mukherjee is a member of a distinguished group of expatriate Indian women writers. She is recognized as one of the most widely appreciated authors of Asian heritage in the United States. In teaching, she favored the expansion of English syllabi by including the new literatures, especially texts in translation from post-colonial literatures. It is during this time she started writing novels. The Tiger's Daughter, her first novel, received international recognition. A year after her book, The Middleman and Other Stories received National Book Critics Circle Award in 1989. She gained a more prominence as a writer of fiction. During the year 1976 to 77, she was honored with prestigious Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute grant. She was a receiver of Guggenheim Foundation Award in 1978 to 79 and Canadian Government Award in 1982. She also won the first prize from the Periodical Distribution Association in 1980 for her short narrative, Isolated Incidents. Amidst the range of English prose writing in post-independence India, the fiction of expatriate writers is increasingly gaining recognition, reflecting the diverse current trend of emigration and travel. Bharti Mukherjee draws on the darker side of life and the stark realities of life. She writes tragedy into her novels by placing her female protagonists in hostile situations. She writes about middle-class women, the class to which she herself belonged. Her concerns are centered on women being deprived of their right to self-determination. Their interests are not recognized. They are unable to voice their feelings and opinions in fear of men and their unfair expectations. They face cross-cultural adjustments and the psychological disturbances caused by this. Mukherjee portrays in her novels the suffering of women preoccupied with their inner worlds and their frustrations in a male-dominated society. Thus, Mukherjee's novels appear to make a plea to these migrants to form ties with a new culture, to assimilate and transform. Her novels call for the acceptance of women as individuals deserving of respect. Mukherjee's novels convey this itinerant desire of Indians, frequently in search of a significantly enhanced existence, with the resulting anxieties of adaptation and assimilation. Migrants in search of more fulfilling life, independent and economically better. Mukherjee has given particular thought to the situation of Indian women immigrants in North America. Several of her narratives are about psychological transformation, especially among women migrants from Asia. According to Mukherjee, Asian males are too preoccupied with economic life and are not as strongly affected mentally by expatriation. For this reason, she asserts that it is their wives who are emotionally and mentally affected in trying to adjust and immerse themselves in a new world. Thus, she has chosen to write about women quietly living desperate lives. A few of our protagonists are able to overcome their problems in their own way. When this happens, these characters achieve control over their lives by crossing cultural lines. In Mukherjee's later fiction, the prevalent theme is that of women who modify their lives, usually through an encounter with an other. By looking at the way her novels end, it is apparent that Mukherjee's women protagonists evolve to achieve self-realization. Dimple in Wife, for example, attains liberation by having a sexual relationship with a white American, but ends up becoming mentally unstable and murdering her husband. In Jasmine, the protagonist Jasmine deserts the father of her unborn baby and chooses freedom and an open relationship with another white American. In The Holder of the World, Paige Masters, the narrator, and the central character, Anna Easton, live with Indian men for a more meaningful life and one that is constructed as permitting them to be fully themselves. Mukherjee's major theme then has been the circumstance of Asian immigrants in North America, particularly the transformations occurring in the adopted world. She explains that she has made a conscious effort through her fiction to bring to the awareness of mainstream America the complicated and unfamiliar world of Asian American women. She addresses the social and other changes taking place due to the flow of Asians towards America since the 1960s and comprising individuals from many cultures who are now their fellow citizens. Mukherjee is concerned not only with demonstrating the impact America has on Asian migrants, but also through a most recent work in particular, the ways in which Americans respond to these new Americans. The relevance of issues, social and other changes central to feminists is strikingly clear in Mukherjee's writings. Issues relating to women and women's rights are prevalent in her novels. This specifically female world is explored comprehensively in Mukherjee's novels. She upholds many aspects of feminism, including protest for identical chance, sexual independence, and the right to personal assurance. She can be compared in this respect to contemporary women writers like Anita Desai, Kamala Markandeya, and Shashi Deshpande, among others. In The Tiger's Daughter, Mukherjee highlights the issues of name change. Tara retains her given and family names, but adopts her husband's surname, suggesting that Tara's transformative experience involves the complications and competing demands of two identities, Tara's Indian maiden identity and her identity as an American wife. The difference between these two cultures and Tara's identities become a problem for Tara on her return to India. In India, she is faced with issues of race, nostalgia, political violence, and the differently configured constraints and scope for agency in India. In Wife, Dimple utilizes violence as a form of female agency, which we might presume affords a little benefit. The television programs she watches in America, programs that depict their characters getting away with murder, and by advertising, suggesting that Dimple's actions are less a matter of personal agency and more the consequences of the deeply problematic conditions of her personal experience, which have made her vulnerable to the unsupportable narratives of success that she encounters in American media. Name changes are also deeply significant in Jasmine, as the main character eventually succeeds in a violent act of self-defense. Men change a name but she reinvents her identity and would appear to experience positive personal transformation as depicted in the representation of her subjectivity. Jasmine exhibits greater female agency. On this point, Mukherjee's most recent novel, The Holder of the World, the protagonist experiences name changes. But this time, name change is made by the protagonist herself. The violence that developed in Jasmine as a form of self-defense is wielded differently in The Holder of the World to represent Anna's transformative experience in moving between America and India, where she acts like a warrior to defend her lover Raja Jaidev Singh during a battle. The Tiger's Daughter is embraced by critics in post-colonial literature canon. Mukherjee's text, however, is not an illustration of resistance literature produced in the imperialist and neo-imperialist sides of struggles. It is a text which deals with peoples, classes, races, civilizations, and continents. Mukherjee's discussion on migrants in the United States situates them not on the periphery of modern-day culture, but as examples of hegemonic patriotism. That is the double conscious of migrants' patriotism in the modern era, identifying optional perceptions and rebuilding the local identity. Indeed, Mukherjee differentiates a writing, claiming that these migrants do not stand in opposition to ordinary America, but they represent the new America. In India, the importance of marriage is emphasized for girls who are also counseled to be submissive. From childhood, girls start a life of duality and conflict. After marriage, they experience loss of community, family, and identity as they embrace into entirely new familial arrangement. If they migrate overseas, the internal conflicts and their married life worsens. Mukherjee's protagonists are shown from this perspective. Her characters are raised in a culture which represents them with similar experiences and paradoxes. Their identities and language change early in their lives with the influence of their traditional culture and religion on one side and the imposed new learning introduced by the British colonialists in India for the native population. These diverse pressures create problems of self-identification and self-integration from the start. These problems are compounded in America. Tara's situation in the novel, The Tiger's Daughter, should be looked at along the lines of conflicts of dual personality. But this is not limited to immigrant life in America. Children in India are exposed to British English through their formal education, bringing about a clash between two cultures. Our protagonists are moving for the first time into a culture different from their own and are not mentally prepared for what is to come. They migrate with the perception that everything is much better in America than they are in their homeland. Mukherjee's The Tiger's Daughter can be regarded as an original and valuable fiction about the immigrant experience in North America. Mukherjee is first and foremost an ethnic woman writer of contemporary America. She has created a narrative with a lively imagination to produce memorable accounts of the excitement as well as the trauma of adjusting to a new world. Turning to Mukherjee's novel Wife, it is noted that it was a finalist for Governor General's Award. It discusses a more complex dimension of the theme of immigrant experience. Mukherjee's Wife explores the inner dimensions of the protagonist. It is worth mentioning that Mukherjee presents the morbid psyche of Dimple's insanity, only through the grotesque. Dimple is a neurotic individual who brings an end to the marital conflicts in their lives by doing away with the husband. Mukherjee explores the theme of mental disintegration. The central episode, the novel presents the extreme step of killing of husband by the protagonist Dimple. However, the actual act of murder is achieved in a startling way, which presents the theme of disintegration. The psychological consequences of migrants and migration on women migrants who became deranged and narcissistic in their outlook are highlighted. Mukherjee seems to be saying that women would be more successful in merging into a new culture if they were more broad-minded, less egocentric, and more empathetic with others and their problems. In these two novels, Wife and Jasmine, the protagonists, Dimple Dasgupta and Jasmine, migrate to America for different reasons. They deal with the dilemma of cultural loss and the attempt to assume a new individuality in America. Both of them experience physical, mental, and emotional pain that forces them into violence. Dimple ends her stay in America by murdering her husband, whereas Jasmine starts her life there by murdering half-face. It may be concluded that it may take many years for the likes of Dimple and Jasmine to completely sever the links with their past, however accelerating or exciting the foreign experience may appear to them. Mukherjee makes clear the differences in her women characters. One learns to successfully adjust to a new environment, and the other fails due to self-pity and isolation. They both progress indifferently without breaking away from their past completely. This suggests that Mukherjee wants her protagonists not to abandon their culture, but take the best of all cultures to be successful immigrants. Both Tara in The Tiger's Daughter or Dimple in Wife represent the predicament of a voice without expression. They are visionless, voiceless, and rootless. They are uniquely Indian, outwardly westernized, and are basically human. They give vent to their feminine feelings in their anxious wish for a genuine communication with the self as well as the society. It can be interpreted that Dimple portrays an example of the pitiful personality of an Indian wife who finds herself out of place and out of her depth in a foreign country with an alien environment and a foreign way of life. This state of culture jolt is too commonplace, but fundamentally, it is the anguish of that suppressed voice fighting for individuality and not being heard. From the feminist and Indian points of view, Dimple is too abnormal and involved in a dream world to be portrayed as either a victim of patriarchal society or expatriation. Dimple is unable to find herself in the value system which has never been fully defined for her. Many readers fail to see that the text investigates class division, sexual category, and cultural and racial setting that influence Indian women's acculturation. Wife can be regarded as a story of moral degradation. The degradation happens when a character moves away from the core of human values and lives a rootless life. Jasmine is a novel which maps out the growth of a female central character through diverse events and catastrophes to a state of maturity with a strong self-identity and a sense of place in the world. Jasmine reflects Mukherjee's concern with the lives of Indian women, whether abused by their husbands or leading a quietly miserable existence. The novel reveals Mukherjee's use of violence as a theme. Jasmine faces violence at different points of her life, but she is also a cause of violence in some instances. in Punjab, she learns about political and domestic violence. It is rewarding to read Mukherjee's Jasmine as a sketch of a female with a bruised past who searches for values. Jasmine realizes the social and spiritual dimensions of existence. For Jasmine, life is a movement towards this realization. The contrast between America and the old world of Indian is meaningful. The contrast is between victory and fulfillment on one end and total destruction of personality on the other. Mukherjee goes on to explore further the implications of cultural conflict in the whole of the world. Here she is most expressive and gifted as she investigates the intricacies of cultural conflict and politics of othering. She presents the differences between the old and the new worlds, America and India. She exposes a clash of value system, a confrontation between an austere stark society and a culture in which nothing is more important than the celebration of life. In the whole of the world, Mukherjee makes a bold attempt to rewrite the beginnings of America's history. The making of America and Americans has always been a preoccupation with Mukherjee. She tries to forge links between 17th century Massachusetts and pre-colonial Mughal India. The novel combines the influence of Nathaniel Hawthorne's The Scarlet Letter, the Ramayana, and day-to-day reality. The protagonist in the whole of the world is transported from Salem, New England, to Coromandel, coastal town in South India. In Mukherjee's earlier work, the protagonists travel from India to America. The whole of the world depicts the process through which the uprooted come to terms with their new socio-cultural and psychic surroundings. The two major themes in the novel are transformation and migration. The novel moves in two time spans, 3 centuries apart, and has a greater complexity and depth than her previous novels. Anna's movement to the physically conscious, self-indulgent, and personal world of the East is no accident, nor is a role of an expatriate that of chance. She returns to a native land not as a reformed American, but as a rebel living on the fringes of society. It can be argued that Anna questions and discovers innovative means of identifying a country that is fundamentally conventional. Transformation is vital for a migrant to be able to live independently and as an emotionally secure person. Mukherjee's novel is an attempt to turn the tables on the familiar situation of an Indian in America to one of an American in India, so that we may discover an experience of cross-cultural consciousness beyond the barriers of time and geography. The novel effectively introduces new elements in Mukherjee's cross-cultural vision. Through this novel, Mukherjee writes about a fresh type of international awareness which provides a sense of connectedness that goes beyond where one lives and the point in time in which one is living. In the whole of the world, she seems to be determined to portray a luminous picture of the India that once was to fascinate the West. She has recaptured history and tried to relate it to present times. As she has inscribed in the beginning that she had tried to unravel the yet unravished beauty. The holder of the world is a picturesque depiction of history, the insight with which she has etched the characters, situations, and events, has lent an extra dimension to dull historical recordings. The Holder of the World is a historical novel in the true sense of the genre. While Mukherjee asserts Americanization, she also through this novel reaffirms our Indian inheritance. She appears to have found through this novel a way to reconcile our Indianness with her Americanness. My survey of feminist scholarship and criticism pointed ways in which women's writing has been excluded from or marginalized in the literary canon. Women's texts were dismissed as second-rate, that is, as bad literature. They were claimed as not literature, but unsophisticated religious studies. Writing by women gradually has found a prominent position in the literary canon because of the achievement of writers like Bharti Mukherjee. My reading of Indian feminism explores the concept of post-colonialism in literature. I conclude my presentation by informing all that I wrote a book on Bharti Mukherjee from a Fijian perspective titled A Fijian Reading of Bharti Mukherjee. And this book is now included in US Library Congress catalog. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your subversive narratives on Bharati Mukherjee's discourse on women writers and men writing. In your narrative, you have rightly pointed out how women writers like Bharati Mukherjee hid back at the center, which were divided like the power center of male and the power center of so-called those imperialists. So in this presentation, by giving the examples of various characters, ma'am has tried to explore how women writers and women protagonists try to assert their individuality and how, as a human being, they came up with their strong individual identity. Thank you so much for that deliberation, ma'am, once again. Now, may I implore Dr. Sudhir Nikam sir to give us his insightful observation on the presentation.
Thank you, Govind. I thank the organizers, the managements of 3 colleges, and the principals, and Honorable Vice Chancellor, Honorable Chairperson of the Board of Trustees, and my friends, Dr. Praveen Joshi, Dr. Ajit Jachak, Dr. Kapil Singhel, for inviting me here. I congratulate Dr. Kamla Naikar Madam for making a systematic presentation on Indian feminism in post-colonial context and taking a generalized note and bringing it to a particular analysis of the novels of Bharti Mukherjee. She has made a very brief and as well as exhaustive survey of different facets that are associated with the concept of post-colonialism. So she started right from the derogatory terms used by various philosophers about colonialists or colonialism, and she also challenged the way this term has been used in literature. So it is in fact believed that the very term colonialism or post-colonialism itself is a derogatory kind of term. So it should be a part of world literature. She has also expressed through her deliberation the predicament of the Western and Eastern intellectuals regarding the term of post-colonialism and post-colonial writing. While going towards the specific aspects of the novels of Bharti Mukherjee, Dr. Naikar has focused on the identity crisis, especially by the women characters in the novels of Bharti Mukherjee. She has also described and analyzed the immigrant experiences faced by various characters. She went into the details of the characters and their predicament, their psychological suffering. She also focused an important point, that is the introduction of new literatures in the academic field or universities. So Bharati Mukherjee herself had emphasized the importance of introduction of new literatures in various university departments. And today, because of that, we have included new literatures in our curriculum in Indian universities as well. So if we put the arguments of Dr. Naikar into nutshell, we can say what she wanted to prove from generalized to specific arguments is post-colonial critics or post-colonialism rejects the claims of universalism. So this universalism was not created by the colonial or the post-colonial subject, but it was being created by the canonical Western writings or Western literature. Second issue that she raised is the representation of other cultures in literature. How the other cultures, other than the mainstream, how they are being represented in the mainstream literature. So when we are talking about literature here, it is mainstream literature or canonical literature. Another focus of Dr. Naikar was how such literature is often evasively and crucially silent on matters, concerns, and the colonization and imperialism. So indirectly, these issues are being raised, and indirectly these issues are being focused. So they've also foreground the questions of cultural differences and diversity. So on one hand, there are cultural differences and there is a diversity also, and a golden mean has to be achieved. A post-colonial subject or post-colonial subjects in any creative art, they cannot keep themselves isolated. On one hand, they have to strive to get involved into the mainstream culture. On the other hand, they have to retain their native culture, the culture of their homeland. And she has also focused through the novels of Bharati Mukherjee, the celebration of hybridity. So hybridity is always celebrated by all these post-colonial writers, and they develop a perspective not just applicable to post-colonial literature, but whereby states of marginality, pluralism, and perceived otherness are seen as source of energy. So these subjects give a source of energy to the promising writers. So I congratulate Dr. Kamla Naikar madam for making a brilliant presentation on the issue that was assigned to her. And I thank the organizers for inviting me here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the comments made on my presentation. And in a nutshell, you covered everything that I presented today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Kamla Naikar ma'am and Dr. Sudhir Nikam sir for accepting our invitation and blessing us on this occasion with your intellectual discourse. Thank you. Thank you so much once again, both of you. On this note, I will hand over the reins of the proceedings to Dr. Tapadia sir for the further activities. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, audible. Yes, sir, audible.
Thank you. I am Harish Tapadia from the Department of English, VNGI ASS. I welcome you all in this first paper reading session of this two-day international e-conference. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Supantha Bhattacharya, the chairperson of our today's first paper reading session. Dr. Supanta sir is a teacher, poet, translator, as well as a theater person. He is working as Associate Professor of English at Hislop College, Nagpur. He is also the Director of MA English course and the Research Center Coordinator of his college. He has acted in over 150 plays in English as well as regional languages. In addition to his degrees like MA, MPhil, and PhD, he has also done MBA and MFA. He has published many papers in academic journals. He has served as a resource person at several national and international conferences. His translations of Mahesh Elkunchwar's Marathi plays have been published by the Oxford University Press. He has published several poems, and he is the recipient of the prestigious All India Poetry Prize of the British Council and the Poetry Society of India. He has conducted 5 national inter-university quizzes also. So I am sure all of you will enjoy this paper reading session under his guidance. On behalf of,
Thank you, Dr.
of the organizers, I once again welcome Dr. Supanta sir, and I now hand over the proceedings to Dr. Bhattacharya. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tapadia. And at the beginning, I thank the organizers, my young friends, Ajit Jachak and Kapil Singhal, and my mentors, Urmila ma'am and Praveen sir, Dr. Praveen Joshi and Dr. Urmila David, for having me here to chair this session on contemporary post-colonial writing. So, are the presenters all here? As per my list, yeah, I have.
So we have to start with Satish Nand.
Okay, identity crisis and Fiji Indians.
Yeah.
Right, and also a big thank you to the organizers for having the foresight of mailing these papers to the chairpersons, so that we could be prepared in advance. So thank you, Kapil sir, for taking that effort. So without further ado, let us start with the first speaker this afternoon. That is.
Excuse me, one thing. It's 10 minutes for each presenter.
Okay, presenters, please remember 10 minutes per presentation. And one suggestion, please skip the plot summaries if possible. If they're included in your paper, skip the plot summaries and come directly to your conclusions. Okay, because we have 9 presenters today, and 10 minutes per presenter would mean around 1.5 hours. So that's a request to all presenters. Please stick to the time.
Sorry to intervene, Dr. Bhattacharya.
Yes, sir.
May I say something?
Of course, of course.
With your permission, obviously.
Come on. Yeah.
May I request the paper readers to tell their names and the institutions they come from in the beginning of the reading?
Yes. At the beginning, please introduce yourself. As far as possible, I'll try to do that as well, because these have been included in the papers. But still, all presenters kindly introduce yourself at the beginning. And everybody else, kindly mute yourself, because there's a lot of static causing problems to the
Thank you, Bhattacharya. Thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya.
Okay, over to you, Professor Nand, Satish Nand, Assistant Lecturer, the University of Fiji, Samabula Campus, Suva, Fiji Islands. And his topic is, his topic for today's paper is Identity Crisis Among the Fiji Indians. Sounds very interesting. Over to you, Professor Nand.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Satish Nand, and I'm an assistant lecturer at the University of Fiji. Today, I will present a paper on the topic Identity crisis of the Fiji Indians. Fiji, a small island nation in the South Pacific, continues to battle racial melodrama while the exotic race, Fiji Indians, also known as Indo-Fijians, subsequently look for a place they can call home. This paper intends to discuss the Vulangi or the visitor state of Fiji Indians in post-colonial Fiji and explore the sentiments of fellow Fiji Indians in relation to their belongingness to Fiji in literature written by the colonized Indians. Fiji has gone through a very rare populationary transition in the last 2 centuries. It is a multiracial country which boasts a peaceful coexistence of many races in this modern era. After the native Fijians, known as the Ethokis, the Indo-Fijians comprise the second largest ethnic group. A large number of the Indo-Fijians consist of the descendants of the indentured laborers known as the Girmitias, who were brought to Fiji as Indian laborers from India in early 1870s, while a few are the descendants of free migrants. Out of the Indo-Fijian population, majority are of the Hindu faith, while a small portion consists of Muslims and Christians. A small portion of the Indo-Fijian population can be classified as wealthy, while vast majority are workers and peasant farmers. Some Indo-Fijians are among poorest population. Indo-Fijians do not have any default land rights as the native Fijians, who are known as Ethokis. The Ethokis get a birthright on land owned by their Matangali or the land owning clan. The Indo-Fijian farmers lease agricultural land from Ethoki landowners and get displaced upon the expiry of the lease. This makes the Indo-Fijians landless and nomadic, thus resulting in identity crisis. They lose the sense of belongingness and their relationship with the Ethokis get fractured time and again. Living with the status of a visitor, the Ethokis refer to the Indo-Fijians as Vulangi or Kai India, in a place that was chosen as their home by the ancestors. This reality creates hardship and anxiety among the Indo-Fijians. They are often politically marginalized and victimized. This is evident in the 1987 and 2000 coups when a lot of Indo-Fijians were beaten and raped, their property looted and damaged, while the community was left with deep scars and trauma. This triggered mass migration of Indo-Fijians. Kai India is a name given by the Ethokis to the Indo-Fijians, which basically means the natives of India. The mention of the name India itself reflects that the native Fijians will forever have the feeling that the Indo-Fijians are people from a different country and do not belong to Fiji. This feeling will continue to inhibit in the future native generations of Fiji, although it has been 141 years since the arrival of Indians in Fiji. Some believe that Indo-Fijians do not have their traditional link to the land, sea, and nature that should give them a sense of belongingness to Fiji. But the cultural aspects and beliefs do not justify the very wavy relationships between the Ethokis and the Indo-Fijians. It is imperative to recognize Indo-Fijians within their cultural proximity rather than in a very ethnocentric manner. The stereotype views of the modern Pacific Islanders disregard the contribution of the other races on the island. In reality, harmony and balance should be more of an individual choice rather than a communal objective that disregards other races. Some fail to realize that indenture system did a lot for Fiji in terms of business, trade, and development, and the Indo-Fijians deserve a respectful recognition as rightful citizens of Fiji. The 2013 Constitution of the Fiji Islands declare that everyone born in Fiji will be known as Fijian. There was a huge backlash from the Itoke community when this constitutional change was about to take place. Thus, from 2013, constitutionally, the Indo-Fijians and other races born in Fiji became Fijians, which did not go down well with some radical Itokes. The current government of Fiji has voted on the equal citizenry aspect of the constitution of the Fiji Islands, which gave some relief to Indo-Fijians. The previous three constitutions of the Fiji Islands did not recognize Indo-Fijians as equal citizens, thus depriving them of certain political and social standings. The act of discrimination has always been present in the Fijian societies without an attempt to end it. This simply means that the stereotyping of the two major races in Fiji will continue because it dominates the respective societies without being addressed. It's no denying that the Itokes and the Indo-Fijians are different physically, religiously, and in a lot more different aspects, but in a global context, this should be considered a strength rather than a cultural loggerhead. The Itokes have always been quite sensitive about their land. Land has been an issue that has been debatable in Fiji ever since Fiji gained independence. The Indo-Fijians do not have any cultural rights to any land as the Itokes have. The only piece of land that the Indo-Fijians can rightfully claim is the freehold land which they buy. It was evident that during the 1987 and 2000 coups in Fiji, the Indo-Fijians were victimized since the radical Itokes thought that the Indo-Fijians would claim their land from them. I'm coming to my conclusion now. Fiji has gone through a lot of transformation, be it political, social, or economic. The developments in trade and tourism has led the current government of Fiji to look away from racial issues and focus on the inclusive and multiracial society. The 2013 Constitution of Fiji, which is considered the supreme law of this island nation, promotes peace, progress, and prosperity based on merit rather than race. Consideration is given to the Itokes in certain areas like education and business without depriving other races as well. The modern Fiji has witnessed many achievements of individual Fijians in sports, education, and business. Hopefully, the coming generations find a more tolerant and just Fiji. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Satish Chand. And I'll reserve my comments on your paper to the end of the session. Next speaker, please. Kapil. Over to Dr. Singhal.
Just a minute. Who's the next? Next is Miss Achal Arora.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, perfectly.
Can I share my screen?
Yeah,
please go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Sharing. Yeah. You can start.
Sir, is it visible? Hello?
It's not.
No,
Okay.
can't see your
So
screen.
my
Not visible.
Friends, this is the next presenter is Achal Arora, who's a research scholar at the University Institute of Liberal Arts and Humanities, Chandigarh University, Gaurang, Mohali, Punjab. And the topic of our presentation today is the quest for identity in Khalid Hosseini's A Thousand Splendid Suns. Over to
sir,
you.
is it visible?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, now
It is. Now it's
now we
visible.
can see it.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anchal Arora, and I am research scholar from Chandigarh University. Today, my topic is Quest for Identity in Khalid Hosseini's A Thousand Splendid Suns. Khalid Hosseini is an Afghan American author. He currently lives in California and he published his first book in 2003. So his primary works are Sea Prayer, The Kite Runner, A Thousand Splendid Suns, and Mountains a Quote. And he published his book A Thousand Splendid Suns in year 2007. It is basically the story of a girl named Mariam. So in this paper, I'm going to prove that how Mariam was influenced by her father and husband, how she was trying to find herself and the love she has not got from anyone.
Ms. Arora,
Yes,
can you
sir.
hear me? Yeah. Wherever possible, skip the plot details and let's hear your inferences and conclusions because you have only 10 minutes at
Okay,
your disposal. Yeah.
sure, sir. I will complete it.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
It
Sorry
was
to interrupt you.
okay. Okay. It was seen that Mariam was an illegitimate child because she belonged to a low caste Muslim, that is being Hazara. Her mom called her Harami. So she was attached toward her father. So she has been seen, she was attracted toward her father and loved to do the things for her father, and she left her mother. So in her way, when she left, her mother got a heart attack and she got married to a man who was 40-year old, who treated very well her in the starting years. Laterly, then he started harassing her, and when she could not give birth to a child, she married another woman called Layla. Mariam was finding the love in the form of her father, and then in trying to get the love from his husband, but she didn't get from anyone. Then when he married the another woman, Layla, Mariam hate that girl a lot because the way she was in the home, another woman, she can't see her because she believes she deserve her husband. So when Rashid married Laila, he told a lie to Laila that her boyfriend Tariq has been dead by the Taliban, as Afghanistan was invaded by the Talibans in 1997 also. So there was the strict rules that were held and the people have to fled away to different cities and to different countries. So Tariq was dead in that. So it was seen Laila get to know about this, and when she got to know that, she met Tariq, and Rashid didn't like that, and he started beating Laila. And when Mariam saw this, and she couldn't find like how someone can kill another woman in front of her, she couldn't find the thing. She wanted to save her. She was at that moment. She was so in fear, but she let the she found herself there as she was being loved by Lela and Aziza, the daughter of Lela, a lot. She wanted to save them, so she grabbed a knife and tried to kill Rashid, but Rashid hold her. But she come up with her bravery and killed Rashid. So it was seen that Lela Mariam has the courage to fight against a wrong. She was just influenced by her father and the male that dominated her in her life, so she couldn't live the life as she wanted to live. But later, when she got the love, when she got the courage to show herself, she found herself and she fought against a wrong, and she found the love, and she found like she's not the harami, she's not that girl, she has something herself. That was the paper I have presented, and I have tried to conclude it in 5 minutes because earlier wherever I was giving the presentations, it was only for the 5 minutes. Thank you.
No, no, you can take a little more time if you want. You don't have to be, you have to follow the time frame that drastically. But take a little more time if you wish to say add anything else.
No, it was
Never.
like I just wanted to like as Taliban, we are seeing the current situation of Afghanistan as it was invaded
Yes.
by Taliban right now. That was the same situation that happened in 1997. Women voices were there was no women voices, so they were not able to
But
know who.
Hosseini has been writing about the Taliban regime in almost all his novels.
Yes, in all his
So
novel.
yeah, that's why he's a very relevant writer today.
Yes, sir. So the same thing is happening as in Thousand Splendid Sun. He has devoted a one page where he wrote about what Taliban wanted from the women. They never wanted them to have come in the short dresses or without burqa. They cannot come outside their home without a male member of their society. They don't want the women to the study. So same things we are seeing in today's what is happening in the Afghanistan. So the women of that time are not finding themselves, they are suppressed somewhere, even they are dominated. That was the society, we are male dominated, they are male dominated, and today even they are male dominated, as we are seeing somewhere they are suppressed. But out of this, Mariam being a low caste Muslim, as she was being called Harami by her mother, and laterly she how courageously she fought from the wrong, and how she got the love from the another woman. Here she got herself. That's I want to prove in the paper. Thank you.
Okay, Major Rhoda, well done.
Thank you, sir.
Next participant. Yeah, next participant. Next
Good
presenter.
morning. Good afternoon, sir. Yeah, Madam Deepika, welcome. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Good afternoon, Deepika. Yeah, yeah.
First of all, I would like to thank the
Just
Department
a
of
second.
English.
Friends, please welcome Ms. Deepika, who's a research scholar, Home Sterling Global University, Hisar, Haryana. And the topic of our presentation today is the detriment of nationalism and identity in Bapsi Sidhwa's Ice Candy Man, which we probably have all seen all of us probably have seen the film version Fire.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, sir. First of all, I would like to thank the Departments of English, Shesh Rao Wankhede Mahavidyalaya Mopa, Rajkumar Keval Armani Kanya Mahavidyalaya Nagpur, and Vasant Rao Nayak Government Institute of Arts and Social Sciences Nagpur for the joint venture of this two-day international e-conference on the topic post-colonial writings, new and emerging concerns. And today, the title of my topic is Detriment of Nationalism and Identity in Bapsi Sidhwa's Ice Candy Man. So I am Deepika and I am research scholar from Om University. Here, I would like to throw some light on this novel written by Bapsi Sidhwa, which is an eminent post-colonial writer. She has categorized the societal norms while presenting the complexity of minors and females during partition. Her novel posits a cracking picture of the country during partition of India and Pakistan. Many post-colonial writers have showcased that with the birth of a democratic nation, the diverse groups came into limelight and started showing concern for the respect and existence. Their endeavors to present the large-scale impact of migration upon the emotional, mental, and social status of the individuals have succeeded phenomenally. This paper focuses on the unique style of Bapsi Sidhwa while expressing her concern for the victims of partition. It also ascertains the sudden loss of their identity as they were no longer a part of their own village or city or state or even nation. A vast amalgamation of cultures, traditions, beliefs, and values that makes India a diverse nation also becomes a cause of disputes and violence amongst different groups. The endurance and persistence of the great warriors that have always evoked a sense of nationalism seem to be fainted at the time of partition of the country after independence. Although the concept of nationalism was perverted with the arrival of colonial power that started controlling and reforming the ideals according to their own beliefs. With the advent of these powers, technological advancement was expected. No doubt they succeeded in the same to some extent, but the price paid for this was exorbitant and its adverse effects continue to impact our nation and its development till date. As James P. Welch has mentioned in his paper, The British Raj and India, British Colonial Influence 1612 to 1948. I quote, the establishment of the British Empire was a process of evolution, which passed through several periods marked by significant historical events. The initial phase began with a purely commercial and financial perspective, and eventually passed through a more realistic paradigm, based on expansion and maintaining power. This was then followed by a steadfast determination to maintain imperial dignity in the face of the bitter and revengeful
post-1857 mutiny period. I unquote. Bapsi Sidhwa has added a flavor of feminism in this post-colonial complexities to depict the upheaval and torture of the victims of partition. Innocent children, women, and minors were mutilated by the religiously furious groups. Sidhwa has presented this torment perpetuated on all of them, physically as well as mentally, in a very effective manner. The portrayal of barbarity towards women has been presented through the outlook of an innocent child, Lenny. The language aptly holds the readers and takes them to the sentimental journey of all the characters. Through the strong character of Lenny, an innocent Parsi girl, she has highlighted the agony of women during the upheaval, as she herself has experienced disconsolate social life. Since her childhood, this novel aptly gets the touch of the real apathy and trauma. Her historical perspective has facilitated her to go into the detail of the dilemmas and crises. Social, political, and cultural demolition was inevitable amid such an approach. People were compelled to adopt the language, customs, and traditions of the others. People were bound to hide their identity in order to escape the atrocity. The intense fear of the upcoming coercion haunted them to such a great extent that nationalism and identity seemed to be a hoax. In a comparative analysis of Ice Candyman and Train to Pakistan, Hafiza Marwa Sultan and Professor Dr. Abdul Ghafoor Awan have mentioned, I quote, Ice Candyman described the harrowing story of the partition days when the noble ideal of nationalism bartered early to think together, which devastation social and political sensitives without absurd preceding disturbed. Talking about the endless cycle of annihilation during the hours of partition, a lot of exchange and chaos emerged emerged during this period of disruption and vexation. Bapsi Sidhwa has expressed her concern for the migrants in general and women in particular. In this novel, she has also mentioned how the hasty decision of Indian independence brought a never-ending fracas in everyone's life. India's partition, which was a volatile period, due to intensifying communal riots, people of all age groups were being affected by the complexities. Lenny, a young child, lost her childhood pleasure as she has gone through excruciating pain and witnessed the torment in the name of religion upon minors and females. An 8-year-old girl gained maturity very soon due to an inconducive environment she grew into. As Asma Mansoor, an English professor, has mentioned in her paper on Ice Candy Men, through Lenny's precocious observations from approximately the ages of 4 to 8, the novel canvasses the social political terrain of pre-partition India as the region stumbles one from politically engineered catastrophe to another. I unquote. Abduction, molestation, and child abuse delineates a real picture of this transition. No religion or community was an exception. Women and children had to confront the on-way seeping into their lives. Ice Candyman, a genuine person who had nothing to do with communal indifferences, raged with an incident and turned into a hostile man. Religiously biased, he started exploiting Lenny's maid, Aya, smashing her respect and dignity. Aya has been depicted as a Hindu girl of 18 who is treated merely as an object of pleasure. Mutilated by many, she was sold and resentfully became a prostitute. Lenny and her grandmother eventually found her as a subdued person who had lost her spirit. Talking about the conclusion, I want to say that rehabilitation was a driving force that led to the people feel emasculated. In order to escape the forthcoming disparity due to this partition, they were impelled to part with everything they possessed. Communal leaders blew a gasket when they found their people being tormented. Blinded with revengeful anger, they became ferocious and became oblivious to humanity. Nationalism was overlooked and they were obsessed about their religious identities. Hence, this separation emanated the possibility of clash and violence. Women like Lenny, Aya, Hamida showcase a patriarchal bias in the society. These ladies were suppressed and used as a tool of exploitation. Khadija and Parveen are Sidhwa's acute portrayal of underprivileged and repressed children who expose the indolence and futility of the society. No doubt the celebration of independence restricted to the privileged elite group and dangerous fragmentation of the unfortunate common mass. As a result, identity crisis was subtle and survival was prominent. Dr. Malika Tripathi, in her article, Literature of Partition, an analysis with special reference to the trauma in the writings of Bapsi Sidhwa and Khushwant Singh, has successfully been able to emanate the feelings of pain and suffering through the portrayal of traumatic scenes of the partition. She has mentioned people became worse than beasts, ever ready to slaughter fellow beings in the name of religion. She opines that this was the biggest evacuation of mass in the entire history of mankind. People of both the religions were riven by the partisanship and they quenched their thirst by the blood of each other. With this, I quote my words. Thank you. Thanks again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Deepika. Well presented, and wish you all the best in your research endeavors. And now I invite the next speaker this up.
Vikas Bele.
Okay.
Mr. Vikas Bele. He is not there.
Okay. Vikas Bele of RSB.
Yeah, he is not there.
Okay.
Madam Rekha Nair.
Rekha Nair. Is she there?
No, even she is not there.
And moreover, hers is not exactly a research paper. Her paper reads more like, a very personal, a personalized review of Billy Biswas. Okay. So I don't know if her paper would have really belonged in an academic session like this.
Then, sir, we have Madam Revti, BR.
Is she there? Madam Revti, are you
Madam
there?
Revti? No. Then Mr. Surendra Singh, Dr. Surendra Singh. Surinder Singh. He's there. Dr. Surinder Singh is there.
So we welcome Dr. Surendra Singh, who is Assistant Professor of English at Government College, Birohar, Jhajjar, Haryana. And his paper is on identity crisis in Kiran Desai's Booker Prize winning novel, The Loss of Inheritance. Over to you, Dr. Singh.
Sir. Respected Chairperson, Dr. Supantha Bhattacharya and participants, good afternoon, everyone. I want to present my paper on the topic Identity Crisis in Kiran Desai's The Inheritance of Loss. In our fast-changing cultural globalization world with rampant migrations and the resultant phase displacement, divided identity and cultural inferiority on annual land, the research analyzes the significance of migration issues and identity crisis as presented in contemporary fictions of migration by Kiran Desai, daughter of Anita Desai. The necessity of this kind of research is justified by the fact that this phenomena has been given little attention so far. Migration, especially from India to the United States, Canada, and England, has been largely motivated and accepted since it seems to economically fulfill their dreams and culturally feel refinement and maturity of openness being the most desirable immigration destinations. Anita Desai's Bye Bye Blackbird and Kiran Desai, The Loss of Inheritance, themes mainly address the pervasive ramifications of capitalist dominance in light of the English colonial legacy of dislocation and disposition, and the resultant truncated identities in India. Consequently, the novel describes the difficulty of the character's existence due to a fragmentation of values, crisis of individual, collective identities, and cultural specificity and cultural inferiority. Anita Desai, Bye Bye Black, but presents the evolution of two Indian immigrants, Adit and Dev, in England of the late 1960s. And earlier immigrants than Dev and Adit is married to an Indian woman, English woman, Sarah, and the main parts of the novel present him as a well-adjusted character. However, at some point, Adit decides to return to India, while Dev seemed determined to continue his life in England. Kiran Desai, The Inheritance of Loss presents parallel migration scenario to England and the USA in colonial and post-independence India. Jemubhai Patel leaves India in 1939 to pursue higher education at Cambridge. After returning home as a member of the Indian Civil Service, Jemubhai becomes a judge in the district of Uttar Pradesh. Biju, the son of Jemubhai's cook, leaves for America in the late 80s and become an illegal restaurant worker. Unable to acquire legal resident status in the USA, Biju comes home and reunite himself with his father. The analysis considers the evolution of Adit, Biju, and Jemubhai Patel, comparing their pre-immigration expectation and their relations with the receiving societies in order to account for their decision to return home. Jemubhai Patel's friend's migration to England is envisaged as a temporary venture whose purpose is the character's access to Western higher education. Biju is an economic migrant whose settlement in the USA is meant to increase his father's level of prosperity at home. Adit is also an economic migrant, but his migration itinerary is more segmented than Jamubhai's and Biju's. Thus, his initial journey to England is followed by a first return to India after his marriage to Sarah. During a 4-month stay in India, Adit tried to find a decent job in order to stay there permanently, but the inability to get a convenient income causes his return to England. The novel is not specific as to Adit's initial motivation to settle in England. However, the fact that he decided to come back here after failing to reach a comfortable living in India hints at the economic triggers of his displacement. Having established the character's motivation to relocate, the analysis further discussed their evolution in the receiving societies with a focus on their ability to adjust to a different culture. Jemubhai's relation to the English context is dominated by character's inability to disregard a sense of culture inferiority and identity crisis. Hence, he is constantly haunted by the impulse to suppress his cultural specificity while attempting to emulate English practices. However, Jemubhai's self-hatred and his mimicry of English standards render him unable to transfer culture meaning to a source culture that he struggles to overlook. The character's internalization of inferiority is also conditioned by the hostility he experienced as an Indian immigrant. For example, people avoid sitting next to him as they invoke his bad smell, unquote. Phew, he stinks of curry, quote. Thus, mainstream's lack of disrespect in connections with one inferiority complex creates a vicious cycle of self-hatred and rejection. Unquote. He retreated into a solitude that grew in weight day by day. The solitude became habit, the habit became the man, and it crushed him into a shadow. But shadows all, after all, creates their own unease, and despite his attempt to hide, he merely emphasized something that unsettled others. Quote. The character's attempt to conceal what he considered shameful emphasize his differences, obstructing his ideals of assimilations, Jamubhai preoccupations with his own differences, and British hostility to his others illustrate his cultural separatism inhibits the possibility of crossing cultural borders. The fact that Jamubhai barely opens, unquote, his mouth for whole years, quote, he denotes the alarming dimensions of his ghettoization. In the long run, Jamubhai's internalization of inferiority triggers his complete alienation as he comes to abhor the very idea of human contact, becoming an outsider everywhere and even to himself at times. It interprets his attitude as an illustration of his inheritance of loss, that in this case stands for the loss of esteem for one's culture. For example, Jamubhai Patel's eager attempt to take over cultural differences are palliated by his unsuccessful effort to disregard familiar cultural patterns. Thus, Jamubhai's constant denial of roots is palliated by his failed attempt to behave like a British. His stay in England generate an automatic adoption of certain practices associated with the British lifestyle. While in England, the character avoid contact with other Indian students except for his colleague boss, with whom he shared the inferiority complex. The two Indian conceive westernization as a takeover of a proper British accent, specific musical taste, and familiarization with Western history and art. Their attempt to behave like the British are presented as clumsy performances that lacks a sense of real commitment. Unquote. Together, they punted clumsily down the blazed river to Grantchester and had tea among the jammed soldiers' wasps, just as you were supposed to. Everyone themselves, unquote. The character mild enthusiasm point to a mismatch between their desire to embrace differences and their superficial engagement. Moreover, Jamubhai's paradoxical relations with the British culture is connoted by his passion of hatred. The only motivation of his emulation strategies, unquote, he found he began to be mistaken for something he wasn't, a man of dignity. This accidental pose became more important than any other thing. He envied the English. He loathed Indians. He worked at being English with the passion of hatred for what he would become. He would be despised by absolutely everyone, English and Indian both. Yes, sir. Sir, I am going to conclude on only in 2 minutes, sir. The analysis concludes that the three examples of migrants illustrate the multifaceted nature of socio-economic identity crisis, transculture, and individual-oriented understanding of migration. The migrated Indian inability to actually operate cultural fusions illustrate the consequences of their attempt to hold back their culture specificity. Consequently, their incorporations of difference by a suppression of sameness triggered their strange metamorphosis. Thus, their evolution illustrates a case of colonial migrants that undergoes a process of self-ghettoization generated by an inferiority complex as well as acts of cultural hostility. Eventually, the three characters' interaction with the foreign culture illustrate degrees of cultural ghettoization and mainstream racism specifically. The conclusion analysis aims is to establish the particular cultural relations between Indian character, the American and British beyond to their cultural specificities and diversity, and whether migration functions similarly in these two different contexts. Thank you, sir, for patience listening.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. That was an interesting paper on Kiran Desai's much discussed novel, The Inheritance of Loss. Now over to Dr. Singhel for the next presenter.
Well, sir, it is Mr. Abdul Shamim.
Good afternoon, Venerable Chairperson of the session, Dr. Supanta Bhattacharya, sir, and the distinguished participants. I'm Abdul Shamim.
Just a minute, Dr. Shamim, just a minute. Friends, the presenter is Dr. Abdul Shamim, who's Assistant Professor at Renuka College, Besa, Nagpur. And he's going to elucidate on the topic. A writer who's not been in the news recently, but nevertheless, who's a writer who's one of the icons of Indian writing in English. And Dr. Shamim's topic is ethnic identity and anxiety in the fiction of Rohinton Mistry.
I'm going to
Over to you, Dr. Shamim.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to make my presentation on the research article entitled Ethnic Identity and Anxiety in the Fiction of Rohinton Mistry. The development of civilization has accelerated the movement of people from one part of the world to another for economic progress and prosperity. This phenomenon brings a large number of ethnic groups to the same geographical location. It has created the tussle of identity. The majoritarian group always tries to dominate the ethnic groups or minorities. Consequently, the ethnic groups feel the anxiety of submerging into the dominant group. So they try to assert their ethnic identity in order to mark their distinction with the dominant group. The ethnic groups make their presence felt among the dominant groups with the help of
Dr. Shamim, please don't read the abstract. No need to read the abstract. You go directly to your paper.
The
main body of the paper.
Okay, sir. Rohinton Mistry, who's a Parsi Indo-born Canadian writer who now lives in Canada and captures Indian social milieu for his literary works. He seems to be quite concerned about his Parsi community, which is the ethnic minority in India. The term ethnic is defined in the Oxford Dictionary of English as relating to a population subgroup within a large or dominant national or cultural group with a common national or cultural tradition. I unquote. It relates to the group of people having the same ancestry, sharing the common language and history, and celebrating the same culture and tradition in a particular space. It has also been defined by Bloomer as collectively within a large society having real or putative common ancestry, memories of a shared past, and cultural focus on one or more symbolic elements which define the group's identity, such as kinship, religion, language, shared territory, nationality, or physical appearance. I unquote. Jerry and Jerry in the Collins Dictionary of Sociology defines an ethnic group as a group of people sharing an identity which arises from a collective sense of distinctive history. I unquote. The binary of major and minor often comes to play in the society whenever the discourse of ethnic identity is explored in cultural studies. Identity is defined by Sonas and Stevenson as the fact of being who or what a person or thing is. I unquote. Identity can be taken as the characteristics, feelings, beliefs, thinking, ideology, and philosophy that make a person different from the other person. Modern thinkers and social scientists consider identity as dynamic and fluid, which always changes. A person can have many identities at the same point of time. Amartya Sen in Identity and Violence, the illusion of identity states the same person can be without any contradiction and an American citizen of Caribbean origin with African ancestry, a Christian, a liberal, a woman, a vegetarian, a long distance runner, a historian, a school teacher, a feminist. I unquote. So it can be said on the basis of the statement of Amartya Sen that ethnic identity is one of the plural identities that we are encompassed within. Ethnic identity is considered as one of the plural identities that we are encompassed with. Ethnic identity is one of the several determining identities that give meaning to the life of an individual of an ethnic group and make him different from the dominant group. Identities are fluid and dynamic, whereas ethnic identities cannot be altered as other identities, which are affiliated to one's religion, nation, region, and politics, because ethnic identity is the most powerful identity which shapes the life of the person in the society, and it creates the feeling of solidarity among the members of his group. Amartya Sen opines, identity is thus a quintessential plural concept with varying relevance of different identities in distinct contexts. And most importantly, we have choice over what significance to attach to our different identities. I unquote. The anxiety of the Parsis that constitutes the ethnic group in India is well portrayed by Mistry in the short story entitled Auspicious Occasion. Mistry, who himself is a Parsi and is quite aware of the condition of his community in India. Auspicious Occasion is a story of Parsi couple, Rustamji and Meru. Rustamji, who is older to Meru by 21 years. The story is woven in a single busy day of the couple at the background of an important festival of the Parsis. It is Bahram Roj, which is considered as a significant day according to the Parsi calendar. The day is full of activities for Meru in order to decorate the house according to Parsi culture and visit the fire temple. I quote Vadwan. All the trappings of a Zoroastrian ethnic identity are brought to our attention. Parsi festivals of Bahram Roj, the visit to the Agyari, and the couple's spotless white attire in the form of a dugli and a sari, meant specially for the blessed occasion of the Bahram Roj. The traditional bound Parsi community sees itself under obligation to celebrate Zoroastrian festivals that make them stand apart from other communities. The visit to the fire temple is almost mandatory as their distinctive act of cultural preservation. I unquote. They feel the anxiety with the dominant group, as has been pointed out by Mistry through the incident which happened with Rustamji while going to the fire temple by bus. As soon as he is alighted from the bus, the fellow commuter accidentally spits red juice of betel nut and tobacco on his sparkling white dhugli. He gets great and fume and the bus moves. He looks at his white dhugli, which has been spoiled with the red stain of tobacco juice. A crowd gathers around him and thus they start making fun of him because of his typical Parsi identity, reflecting from his attire. In a fit of rage, he starts abusing them. When he finds instead of consoling him, they try to make a fool of him only by virtues of his ethnic identity. The horde of people starts pulling him from all the direction in order to beat him. He senses the danger lurking behind the youngest crowd of beating him. So instantly, he vanishes his anger and behaves like a buffoon in order to save himself from the violent crowd, and he succeeds in his threat. I quote Barusha in the story as well as in his novel. Mistry expresses the threat perceived by the minorities in independent India. I unquote. Mistry has pointed out that Parsis live in anxiety in the post-colonial India as their conditions have deteriorated and the fear has gripped them due to rising politics of fundamentalism. I quote Jaideep Singh Dodia. Rohinton Mistry has demonstrated this in responding to the existing threats to the Parsi family and community and also to the country. He presents his community through the different narratives of his characters who invariably express their concern for their community and the challenges that affect their community. I unquote. It is reflected by Mistry's through his story, and it is more prominent in his first novel, Such a Long Journey, where Dinshaji, the intimate friend of the protagonist, Gustave Noble, makes him aware that by changing the names of the city and the roads, the majoritarian group tries to remove their identities of multiple groups living together for years. I quote Jyoti Yadav, such a long journey poignantly brings out the pathos of gradual and deliberate weakening of the cultural markers in the name of majoritarianism. Dinshaji thinks that this trend would result in complete loss of Parsi identity one day. Hence, his fear is the fear of a minuscule minority community, which is in doldrum with its anxiety about the impending loss of identity. I unquote. In family matters, Mistry underlines the incident of anxiety among the Parsis. Kumi, the stepdaughter of Nariman Vakil, dissuades him from going out for evening walk because of the fear that in the recent past, the old Parsi couple were burnt alive in the house by the fanatics, thinking that the fleeing Muslims were given shelter in that building. I conclude. So I come to the conclusion. The problem of ethnic identity of Parsi community by Mistry in the story Auspicious Occasion reflects the effort of the Parsi community to preserve and protect their ethnic identity by celebrating their festivals with great zest. The slight assertion of the Parsi community frowns the majority, which resorts various tactics to create anxiety in the minds of the ethnic group. Mistry has vividly presented those incidents of his ethnic community which are prevalent and palpable in all his fictional works, from attacking the Parsi man to change the name of the streets and to burn the house of the Parsi couple only on the ground of suspicion. Mistry has laid bare the tactics of the majority to dominate the minority like a social scientist. Thank you so much, sir, for your patient listening.
Thank you, Professor Shamim. And I personally enjoyed going through your paper because Rohinton Mistry happens to be a rather favorite writer of mine.
Yes,
and one text which you didn't consider here is the novella which he wrote last called Scream.
Sir, that
So
I haven't taken because it is not available actually.
it is not available. I know. I
Yes,
have a
sir.
very rare copy which I refuse to part with anybody. But that would probably add more substance to your paper.
Okay, sir. Okay. I'll
So
definitely include.
do procure the copy if you can.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shamim. And now over to Dr. Singhal for the.
Yes, sir. Mr. Vikas Bele has joined us from Hingan Ghat. So he will be the next presenter. Mr. Vikas Bele, sir.
Okay, friends, we welcome Professor Vikas Bele from R.H. Bidkar College, Hingan Ghat. And today he has decided to discuss a rather generic topic with us, nationalism and identity crisis. Welcome, Professor Bele.
Good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon, sir. You are audible. Please continue.
Respected Chairperson Dr. Supanta Bhattacharya and distinguished participants. The topic of post-colonial writing is nationalism and identity. After post-colonial, many writers rededicated to eradicate poverty, illiteracy, inequality, corruption, social evil like casteism, communalism, gender discriminations, women empowerment, rehabilitation, land laborers, tribal farmers, superstitions, and the most important things, particularly after writing the former Bharat Ratna, Dr. Bharat Ratna J.R.G. Tata, the topmost interest, he wrote in his book Population and Economics to create industry. That means is not a real development, but we have to understand, we have to create a skill levelers to develop our India. Population is the main problems of India because we have in our present Prime Minister latest mention in August 15th and last year also we have 140 peoples. So how to? There are many problems created in by creating industrializations. Government has created the positive environment in an at international level, relaxing and bringing positive changes in tax system, but still taking baby steps in this direction. Sudden changes in industry policy is not possible in our country. Government has to take into confidence to all the stakeholders, common voters, opposition parties, labor unions, financial institutions, judiciary, media, both print and electronic, all the fiction relating to the industry. In my life, I am very common person, but in my life, I met Honorable Padma Vibhushan Sri, respected Sri Ratan Tata, and also I met Anna Hazare, social activist in India. Everyone knows. Also, I met Arvindo, Chief Minister of Arvind Kejriwal, and asked. There are so many people, so we have to mention it. Thing as far as our overpopulation is concerned, and see the Bhutan. Bhutan is one of the happiest country in the world. There are only 8 lakhs of people, but they are happy. They have no big roads, shopping malls, but they are happy. In India, at present, setting of industry is not easy. One has to take up several permissions, collections, so many documents. The process is time consuming while taking permissions. So we have to pay bribes to government employees, have to manage politicians, central board, government, local bodies, and we know the Arvind Adiga's White Tigers novel. There is a lot of problems created in the society, and the government must understand this major issue of our India is family planning, superstitions, and other anti-social elements, political governance, arts and honors, official of industry. People blackmail the industrialized, the actual industrialization means job creation, but the gullible people do not understand this point. Union leaders instigate the workers to agitate for higher wages, participating in decision making. Country witness what happened in Mumbai in cotton mills and jute industry in West Bengal. Several industries old closed down due to the labor unrest. It becomes very difficult for the some and medium scale industries to survive in unfriendly atmosphere. Planned and balanced industrialization of the country is must. At present, some parts of the country are most industrialized, so the people of minimize the part of the country, mitigate for the job. It creates family and social stress. Slums are mushrooming, equal distribution of civic amenities become difficult, unhygienic conditions are created. During rainy season, what happens in Mumbai, we witness. Industrialists are very smart in taking undue advantage of this system in India. Violence of rules and norms, not paying bank loans, evading taxes, not paying wages, labor insurance premiums, illogical lockout, corruptions, cheating. These are some issues that government has to look into, because our national sanskar friendly untowards well-being of the nation. Sometimes system also compel the individual to commit crime to service in cutthroat competitions. Nation has to inculcate the positive disciplines, welfare, friendly sanskars among the people. It is the job of the government creating conducive atmosphere. Is the job of political leader. It makes nation strong, economically viable, encourages the people to become responsible citizens. Paying taxes on time means or making available fund for the future development, all-round development. Industrialization makes nation boards broad mandate outlook in change, export increase in manifold, self-sufficiency created, it has considered. Industrialization does not mean slum creation. We have to do bad habits. And most important problems in India is the mental illness. Mental illness, mentally disoriented, mentally changed, mentally imbalanced, mentally disabled. Some are some names, terms, which are
No, Santosh.
Sir, I think you have muted yourself by accident. Please unmute yourself. Mr. Bele, please unmute.
Mental illness is a grave social problem in a country like India. We silent mental hospitals, rehabilitation centers, and medical colleges where psychiatric department look after the patient suffering from the mental illness. There are some social organizations which are dedicated to such type of illness, which where patients and their relatives and friends are treated and consoled. Specially trained doctors in psychiatric or the profit persons who can treat the mental illness. For example, MD psychiatric doctors in our person suffering from mental illness for a long time is usually abandoned by the family. Initially, family members admit the patient to hospital, but the treatment of such type illness is very long. Few patients are cured in short period. Proper medication, family support play a major role in the treatment of patients. Sometimes patient does not face a acute problem, but the avoidance of timely treatment turn into a grave problem. In our country, efforts are taken to treat the patients suffering from mental illness, but these efforts are not enough looking at the size of populations. Patients suffering from mental illness always have to face difficulties. They cannot lead normal lives. Everything is difficult. They have to depend on others for their needs. Abandoned patients by family are roaming in the street endlessly, begging for food, clothes, tea, no shelter, no medical treatments. They are deprived from proper bath for months and years, wearing dirty clothes and taking shelter at public places such as bus stands, railway stations, government buildings, on football near government hospitals and medical college. And these social elements and urges ill-treating them. Those who are suffering from acute problems are not in a position to wear clothes destined to roam. Deteriorating health, death isn't the only escape. Anyone can suffer from this type of illness in their life at any stage. Hardly depression, accidents, shock, economic loss, death of close family relative, friends, default in war, natural calamity, political situations, threats, fear, humiliations are some of the reasons which can lead to mental illness. For the social organization, NGOs have great scope to serve in this field. Both the state and central government are trying their level best to support and treat the patients. More efforts are needed. When family members fed up with situations, they lose hope blame fortune. Those problems should be discussed at all levels. In parliament, schools, colleges, religious discourses, people who could not cope with the mental stress, it becomes very difficult to remain normal state. If the patient is woman in needs extra care, and the social elements do not hesitate to take undue advantage of mentally challenged women, there is urgent need to look at this problem by all the society. By all the sections of society. Villagers and poor are not as great disadvantages as the affordable treatment is not available. There are many in organized, unorganized labors. Industrial activities, agriculture work, transportation, hotels, and domestic are heavily dependent on laborers. There are two parts of labor, organized and unorganized. Organized laborers, we have unions. Organized laborers, we have no unions, means they are not united. While colored laborers and blue color labor, people working in offices like banks, educational institutes, hospital, especially table work are white color. Marginally working on agriculture, mines are blue colors, laborers, workers, those who have unions have better power of bargain, they are well paid. They have job absurdity. Travel allowances, health facilities, particularly working goods entitled to earn leave. Paid leaves, easy loan facilities, accommodations are provided for certain departments. Companies, they have enough resources to look after their family. In short, they enjoy dignity, human value in their life because there is no worry of losing job. They get certain amounts of payment permanent. They have pay scales, pay commissions. Government employees are fortunate than employees working in private organizations. People working with the renowned and well-known private companies and are permanent employees are more successful than the employees working on contract basis.
Sir, please come to the conclusion.
Last point here, I would like to mention here the most important problem of superstitions. We are heavily dependent on gods and goddesses. We have crores of gods and goddesses. Gods and goddesses are specialty every field there is gods and goddesses. In this, due to worship, we do not get a clear direction worshiping goddesses. Believing falsehood, development of obligation is not work of gods and goddesses. I am very thankful for the few new government started some social security schemes. So this is the topic of my paper, nationalism, NLD. Here I would like to conclude. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Professor Bele. Next, please.
Yeah, Madam Revti.
She's here. Friends, please welcome Professor B.R. Revti, Assistant Professor in English, BGS First Grade College, Kavur, Mangalore, affiliated to Mangalore University, Mangalore. And she too is going to present a paper on a classic text in Indian English fiction. And that is, her topic is Identity Crisis in Arun Joshi's novel, The Strange Case of Billy Biswas.
List.
Over to you, Revti ma'am.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, you are audible. You are audible.
Sir, but sir, I am not presenting. I just for publication I gave the paper.
Okay, fine, no problem. We move on to the next presenter.
Okay, the next presenter, then, sir, we have a new, ma'am who has recently joined us. She wants to present a paper. As we have ample time, we can accommodate her. She is Dr. Anju Mehra from Haryana.
Okay, Dr. Anju Mehra, you'll have to introduce yourself because I don't really know what your paper is all about. Dr. Anju Mehra from Haryana.
Yes, good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to everyone.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. Audible.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You are audible. Yeah, we can hear you. Please continue.
Yes, my paper is Strategy for Survival in Gloria Naylor's Fiction. Black women have been at the last step of social hierarchy system created by men based on the factors like race, gender, and class hierarchies. Am I audible to all the participants, sir?
Perfectly audible. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Triple jeopardy of oppression based on race, class, and gender has made them inferior in the society. They are taught to adopt the age-old concept of femininity and hence become the victims of internalized oppression and psychological conditioning. African American literature depicts the issues related to marginalization, slavery, racism, equality, and freedom, which is denied to the Blacks. Here I'm talking of the Black women. Black women fiction portrays Black female characters, the personal growth towards the search of new self-definitions. These new Black women are fully conscious of their psychological and physical oppression and are more capable of creating new opportunities for themselves. Gloria Naylor's work of art, The Women of Brewster Place, is a novel which explores the story of 7 women's journey towards their search of new identity and their self-efforts towards empowerment. All these 7 women find comfort in each other's company in establishing a new identity of their own. The title is Strategy for Survival, as well as, redeeming power, in Gloria Naylor's fiction, which, I have tried to include in this topic, Strategy for Survival. In this work of art, I'm trying to find out the women of Brewster Place. If we talk about the history of Black women, which has been a saga of suffering and agony, Black women have succeeded in coming out of the shadow of oppression. More than 20 millions of Black arrived in America in 1690. Now, I would like to skip, some lines related to the history. I would like to come to the important point, of my paper. Black feminism, which is a self-conscious process of struggle, propelling women and men towards a more harmonic view of community. Community plays an important role, although in the world, but if we talk particularly about the Black women, community, which is called sisterhood, which plays an important role in their life, in the life of Black men and women. It is with Black feminist theory, the writers have tried both pragmatically and analytically to understand and dismantle the racial, class, and gender sufferings. The writer, Gloria Naylor, she tried both pragmatically as well as analytically to understand and dismantle the racial, class, and gender suffering. This novel of Gloria Naylor, where she talks about 7 Black women, the concern for the Black women, which we find in almost all her works. This paper, my paper, is an honest attempt towards highlighting the oppression and suffering faced by the Black women, as well as their optimism and strategies for survival and empowerment. These women, female characters I'm talking of, they negotiate and face the suffering in their life and emerge victorious at the end. Although, all the 7 female characters, have been shown that they are born to Black parents, and Naylor herself, born to Black parents, and that too a female, must have really made her an insider into the sufferings and setbacks suffered by the Blacks. Naylor reiterates her view about the repositioning of Black literature in America's mainstream, in the following words. I would like to quote here. I quote, I am a Black female writer, and I have no qualms whatsoever with people saying that I am a Black female writer. What I take embrace with is the fact that some might try to use that identity, that which is me, as a way my material and my output. I'm female and Black and American. No buts are in that identity. Now you go off and do the work to somehow broaden yourself if you understand what America is really about, because it is about me, unquote. This is about my paper. Now I would like to come to the conclusion of this paper. Yes. To conclude, it can be said, or this work of art, The Women of Bristol Place, emphasizes not only bonding of class, community, and motherhood, but also focuses on the inability to fulfill dreams deferred by sexism, racism, and classicism. The Women of Bristol Place is a moving portrait in the strength, hopes, and struggles of Black women, their strategy for survival, which are symbols of their strategy for survival. She gives voice to these Black women who belong to different backgrounds, the strategies these women adopt to survive, the mistakes made by them, and the lessons learned by them. They are forced to move from one place to another to find a peaceful life and live a life of freedom and dignity. Thank you very much, organizers, as well as the participants who listened me attentively. Thank you very much. If some have queries, they can ask me, sir. Sir, it's over to you, sir.
Yeah, if there are any questions, we'll have it at the end of the session. Over to you, Dr. Singhel.
Sir, I think this was the last presenter.
Okay.
Yeah. Now you can come with your comments, sir. You can have your comments.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Well, good afternoon, friends. We had a rather fruitful session. And actually, a very laudable aim of conferences such as this is nothing less than to provide newcomers, beginners, to initiate newcomers into this realm of post-colonial studies, as well as specialists, old hands like so many of us, even those specialists are exposed to a practical explanation of what this discipline is. These conferences seek to clarify. Just a minute. Yeah, am I visible now? Yeah. So these conferences such as these attempt to clarify the meaning of the post-colonial. Thankfully, not through lengthy theoretical discourses, but through the methodology of close readings of diverse texts. Now, in this session, we looked at a range of historical and geographical contexts in the papers that preceded my summing up. We attended various kinds of texts and we endeavored to understand the different methods required to read those texts. Now, all similar seminars must begin by navigating theoretical debates in the field about whether universality or particularity, whether the global or the local are the most important concepts to bear in mind when reading post-colonial texts. Now, many of the papers I was a little disappointed to find dealt with the problem of identity. Yes, this was an important aspect in the earlier post-colonial studies, but now in the last 2 decades or so, post-colonialism has negotiated, resisted, and sometimes overcome these earlier concepts. And as research scholars, you are expected to keep pace to stay at par, kind of keep yourself conversant about these new concepts that have come into existence. Uh, what I would like to say is that the aim of research scholars in this domain, in this discipline of post-colonial studies today, should be to use close readings and analysis in order to explore the variety of ways in which the global expresses or manifests itself at the level of different locations. Now, by location here, I mean particular places as well as particular texts. Both locations in the more material sense of spaces, positions, landscapes, geographies, and archaeology, as well as locations in the sense of memories, myths, ideologies, traditions, and of course, texts in the traditional sense, in the conventional sense. But again, here, text would not mean only novels. Many of the presenters today, I think most of the presenters have actually taken up fiction. But text here, the text which is subject to analysis could be novels, poems, plays, films, web series, social media. In fact, cultural and aesthetic products of all kinds could be scrutinized by the through the lens of post-colonial studies. Now, today, as you know, there are new contexts, there are new narratives, there are new debates to existing issues in contemporary post-colonial literary studies. And these debates and narratives, they have radically expanded the scope of this discipline. Now, for my young friends here at this session, some worthwhile endeavors could be, explorations of key contemporary topics from eco-criticism, refugeeism, economics, faith and secularism, gender and sexuality, the impact of digital humanities on post-colonial studies, etc. Introduction to a wide range of genres from the novel, theatre, and poetry to more modern genres such as life writing, graphic novels, films, online games, then, as I said, social media, online content, etc. In-depth analysis could be possible of writing from many post-colonial regions, including Africa, South Asia, Southeast Asia, the Caribbean, Latin America, African American writing. And the colonial is something embedded within and throughout the diverse articulation of post-colonial culture. Today, there are terms like post-colonialism, 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 neo-colonialism, cosmopolitanism. So basically, what the questions that research scholars need to ask today is, what role do post-colonial theorizations of identity and politics play in contemporary visual culture? Now we have slowly made the transition into the visual culture from the textual. So what is the role of post-colonial theorization in this ambience of visual culture? How are the methodologies of thinkers, post-colonial thinkers such as Homi Bhabha, Frantz Fanon, Aizaz Ahmed, Gayatri Spivak, Stuart Hall, then Paul Gilroy, Derek Gregory, Amar Akirau, Edward Said, Dipesh Chakrabarti, among many others. So how are their ideas articulated and contemporized today? What possibilities and limitations do various forms of theorization, post-colonial, post-post-colonial, neo-colonial, what possibilities and limitations do these forms offer to a consideration of visual and cultural practice concerned with the issues of identity and place? Now, we had 6 presenters today, and Professor Satish Nand attempted to analyze the outsider slash visitor status of Fiji Indians in post-colonial Fiji. And he interrogated the sentiments of Fiji Indians vis-a-vis the literature of colonized Fiji Indians. He did provide a historical perspective behind the othering of Indo-Fijians. But I was surprised that he promised, ramification of these sentiments in the literature of colonized Fijians. That was conspicuous by its absence. There was no literary reference. It was more a socio-historical survey of the attitude. So I'll request the scholar to incorporate these literary cultural aspects as well, so that his paper might be enriched. The second speaker, Achal Arora, investigated the identity crisis faced by the protagonist Mariam in Khalid Hosseini's novel A Thousand Splendid Sons. I have read all the novels of Khalid Hosseini. I'm familiar with his work, and he has suddenly become a very important writer, very significant writer in the context of what happened in Afghanistan just this week. And Hosseini has been repeatedly writing against the oppressive regime of the Taliban, right from his first novel, The Kite Runner, where the Hajaras, the plight of the Hajaras he has depicted. So this is a very timely paper, research paper, and Achal Arora discovers, Mariam discovers her identity only by eliminating the symbol of misogyny and patriarchy, that is her husband. I thought the conclusion needs a bit of fleshing out. It was a little too abrupt, and I request the scholar to add a few more insights into her conclusion, the conclusion part of her paper. And Deepika, in her research paper, focused on the dilemma faced by Indians, in particularly women and children, caught between the conflicting forces of history. Those of us who have not read Ice Candy Man have probably seen the film version featuring Nandita Das and Amir Khan. And I request Deepika to eliminate or avoid. There are a lot of informal phrases. Such informalisms are best avoided in the research paper. I have noted down a few: blew a gasket, then quench their thirst. All right. So these are very rather informal idioms and phrases that we use in conversation, or maybe in an informal bit of a piece of writing, but definitely not in a research paper. This is not expected. Dr. Surinder Singh scrutinized migration issues and identity conflicts faced by various characters in Kiran Desai's celebrated Booker Prize winning novel, The Inheritance of Loss. I found this paper to be very well referenced, and he established the multiple tensions and schisms faced by characters in the novel. I request Dr. Singh to prune the paper a little, edit the paper a little by eliminating the elaborate plot details. At times, it almost becomes a summary of the novel. So just stick to the relevant plot details, and at times, especially the middle part, the main body of your argument, it becomes a little long-winded. But otherwise, an excellent paper, and with a bit of editing, this is good enough for publication anywhere. Dr. Abdul Shamim has examined the various psychological traumas and anxieties faced by Mystery's fictive characters because of their perceived minority identity. Majoritarian domination of minorities under various pretexts has been quite satisfactorily explored through Mystery's fiction. And since Rohindran Mistry happens to be a writer very close to my heart, I wish Professor Shamim all the best with his research, and I hope he also has the opportunity to consider Mistry's last work. I don't know what happened to Rohindran Mistry. I heard from some friends settled in Canada that he's leading a very quiet life there, but not into writing anymore, which is unfortunate because he is one of those very He was a voice of protest. He was a very different voice, a very unique voice in Indian writing in English. So well done, Professor Shami. Vikas Bele has made a presentation which reads more like a government handout, a socio-political indictment rather than a research paper. Your presentation, I'm afraid, sir, lacks direction and focus. Very poorly referenced. You just haphazardly wrote down the names of 3 texts and without any reference being made in the actual paper. I request you to turn this into and convert this into an academic text. In its present form, it is no better than a polemical rant. Well-meaning, yes. I'm sure your heart is in the right place. But this is rather out of place in an academic conference such as this. So I hope you'll take my criticism in the right spirit. Anju Mehra looked into the survival strategies of Black characters in the fiction of Gloria Naylor. She has considered only one text, The Women of Brewster Palace, but I'm familiar with Gloria Naylor's work and 1996 and 1 or 2 other novels I've read. So I'm not too sure if she's working on Gloria Naylor for her PhD dissertation. But what your paper missed out on is you spoke about the survival strategies, but did not mention too many of them. So I suggest that you study some primers of psychology and see if those coping mechanisms, if those coping strategies are relevant to your area of scholarship. I was eagerly looking forward to what strategies are used by the characters in Brewster's Palace, which was of course made into a popular TV series by Oprah Winfrey, and it was also aired in India. So those coping strategies, maybe because of paucity of time, you left them out, but they must provide the framework to your research. So that is my observation on the various papers presented here today. And I wish all the best to all the presenters. And once again, a heartfelt, my heartfelt thanks to the organizer of this conference for thinking of me as a chairperson of this session. Thank you, Dr. Singhel. Thank you, Ajit. Thank you, Urmila ma'am. Thank you, Praveen sir.
Yes, sir. And Sir Tapadia, sir. Yeah, over to you, Dr. Tapadia.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Bhattacharya, for consenting to be the chairperson of this paper reading session and for your insightful observations. You brought to the attention of the researchers the latest developments in the field of post-colonialism so that they could continue further research on their topics. In all, we had 7 papers presented in this session, and now we have finished the first paper reading session here. We have back-to-back sessions, so we will be beginning with the second session right away. So let me welcome you all to the second paper reading session.
Before that, I think we should thank Supant. It was a pleasure. You took pains to go through all the papers as usual, and your insight was really very good.
My gratitude to Dr. Singhel for very thoughtfully he mailed most of the papers to me, and I had the opportunity, so I could familiarize myself with the ideas of these presenters. I wish them all the best, and thank you.
Hearty congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Hearty congratulations.
I
was listening to you with rapt attention. In fact,
sir, come on. I have learned everything from you, sir.
Word.
No, I have learned everything from.
Hats off to you.
I wish I had presented a paper and I would have got an insight.
I've learned everything from you, my seniors. I've learned everything from Urmila ma'am and Praveen sir. Thank you so much for being here.
I would heartily second Dr. Dabir ma'am, Dr. Bhattacharya.
Now, okay, let's go on to the next session.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya, sir. So, please allow me to introduce Dr. Subhashri Mukherjee, madam, the chairperson of this second paper reading session. She is Professor of English at Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur. She is also the IQAC coordinator and Head of International Collaboration, Training and Placement Division. She is Institutional Coordinator for INQ AAHE Barcelona. She is a certified examiner for University of Cambridge, London. She has several research publications and a minor research project to her credit. She is a PhD supervisor and has been a resource person in several national conferences. I welcome Dr. Subhashri Madam on behalf of the organizers and invite her to be the chairperson of this session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
A very warm good afternoon to all present here. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude towards the organizers for having me here, for considering me worth handling this session. And as Supan sir has mentioned, that Kapil sir was considerate enough to share most of the papers with us, so that we could understand the point of view and the insights of the presenters who are due for their presentations today. So I think we can directly start, Dr. Tapadia, with the presentations.
Yeah, the first presenter is Miss Suvishna Singh from Fiji.
Bula salam and namaste to all from Fiji Islands. My name is Suvishna Singh, as mentioned, and my topic for presentation today is Post-Colonialism Feminism in the film Water by Deepa Mehta. Post-colonial feminism, with the scope of literary criticism, deals with the critical analysis of literary works based on the feminist perspective. The foundation for it is feminist theory or the politics of feminism precisely. The intention
I think you can directly come to the paper, ma'am. You can directly come to the paper,
okay, madam.
The introduction part, yes.
It is important to comprehend that there is a clear distinction between feminism and feminist criticism. Feminism surely might be a familiar term, but it also needs to be known how it could be applied to analyzing literature in the form of feminist criticism, which involves looking at literature through the lens of a feminist perspective. So my attempt here is to reinterpret Deepa Mehta's film Water and to study the narrative of female domination in comparison to feminist bodies, with exploration of social and psychological forces entrenched within literature in her film. Mehta is recognized as a transnational artist and a screenwriter, director, and producer, whose work has been termed as proactive and gutsy. The film explores widowhood and how religion is used as a contrivance to manipulate and exploit an entire class of women, and the way patriarchal imperatives inform religious belief. Moving on, Deepa Mehta's film focuses on the social issue of poor widows of India and their exclusion from society. Men dominated society and were considered superior in comparison to females who were viewed as embodiments of fragility. Women in this era were discouraged from making independent decisions. Many were mostly married off through arranged marriages at delicate young ages to men much older and plunged into a lifetime of despondency. The Hindu culture at that time harbored the belief that if a woman was widowed at a young age, then she had no right to live, as her life was indebted to her husband. These widowed women were expected to sacrifice themselves as dutiful wives and as proof of loyalty to their deceased husbands and burned to death on their funeral pyres. This tradition of widow burning was the sati custom, which deprived widows of their right to live. The term sati refers to a chaste woman, an ideal wife, and the overall personification of goodness. As such, to follow a husband into the afterlife, strong societal pressure was often exerted on a widow to accept sati's fate. Now, the other available options for a woman were to get married to her dead husband's brother and to submit herself to him, or simply live a life of isolation, self-denial, and devotion with set rules for a lifetime. Water by Deepa Mehta depicts the problems faced by a community of socially ostracized widows in the society due to the patriarchal beliefs of males being privileged rulers and females being hushed followers. Now, the point here is not specifically on the sati custom, but rather on the treatment of widows who were expected by the government and their own to reside in ashrams. It is about the repression and subjection of women who lose their husbands to death and are therefore labeled inauspicious and untouchable only because of a stereotyped idea. The film revolves around Chuhia, who with no fault of hers becomes a widow and not even having any memories of getting married or of her late husband. As seen in the film, the little child widow is seen crying out to her father at the doorstep of the ashram when being taken inside by other widows, and I quote, "Baba, Baba, hum ya nahi rahenge," unquote. As a viewer of this particular scene, one's heart is filled with mercy for poor Chuhia, who is robbed of her childhood and forced to lead a life of unhappiness away from her Amma and Baba. She has her head shaved and is transformed into a socially dead being and made to wear a plain white robe, representing the loss of colors from life and introduction to a life of widowhood and repentance. Widows here sing religious hymns and they beg for on the streets for money. The society avoids them like plague, as it was a
Madam,
commonly heard belief
hello.
that yes, that should someone bump into a widow, they would be polluted and would have to do rituals of purification in order to avoid being killed and attaining a place in hell. On the other hand, we have seen that there is a beautiful widow, Kalyani, who is forced to sleep with rich men and is given the exception of having long tresses. Widowed Kalyani, ironically, is displayed as an object of satisfaction for males who have the power of wealth, including Narayan's father, who have no shame in touching the body of a widow for sexual fulfillment. How ironical it is that these males are the very people who make up the society and see widows as cursed angels of death, along with other females, but enjoy their youth, bodies, and sexualities behind closed doors in the darkness and stillness of the night. The concept of purity is aligned in the film with religious hypocrisy intended to keep the widows subservient, which seemed a burden because if they were to be kept in the house, then a lot of money would be spent on them. And then this is best explained by Narayan in the film, a follower of Mahatma Gandhi, played by John Abraham, who quotes, and I say, and I quote, "One less mouth to feed, four less saris, and a free corner in the house, disguised as religion. It's just about money," unquote. Now, these few lines speak volumes of the treatment of widows who are considered a burden and equate to living corpses with no significance. Laws of Manu, which is one of the influential Hindu texts, is also quoted at the very beginning of the film, and I quote, "A widow should be long-suffering until death, self-restrained and chaste. A virtuous wife who remains chaste when her husband has died goes to heaven. A woman who is unfaithful to her husband is reborn in the womb of a jackal," unquote. Moving on, along with the focus on social forces present in the film, Deepa Mehta expounds the colonization of the psyches of widows due to the influence of religious scriptures. Now, this is foremost told of through Madhumati, whose character is greatly influenced by religious scriptures. Her matriarchal domination in the ashram imitates the patriarchal domination. And one such example is when she learns of Kalyani's remarriage and asks her if she had lost her senses and called her shameless. She says that widows were to live in purity and to die in purity. Now, this statement of Madhumati's tells us, the viewers of the film, of her deep-rooted orthodox belief of widows living in dedication to the memories of dead husbands. Moreover, another instance of patriarchal societal belief that is seen in the film is that widows are to adhere strictly to the brutal dietary system, and certain foods are prohibited. Why? Because the belief is that their sexual desires and appetites might be activated, and their journey of widowhood would become of no significance. And it is imposed on their psyches that consumption of certain foods would mean committing a sin for which they would not be pardoned by the society and even the gods. It is this instance is depicted through Pitiraji's character in the film. In the first meeting with Chuhia, the child widow, Pitiraji, called Bua by Chuhia, asks her whether she has mouth-watering sweets with her. Later on, we see that Bua breathes her last after eating a laddu, which Chuhia gets for her, and through this it is realized that her whole life had rested on the hopes of devouring at least one laddu before embracing death. And on the same line, Madhuri Chatterjee argues, and I quote, "The socio-moral code of religion excludes women, not only from power structures and social constructs, but also from her own body, the idea of herself and her sexuality," unquote. Now this illustrates how the minds, bodies, and desires of widows are detained through religious normative system and rituals. To conclude, social and psychological forces are undoubtedly deep-rooted within literature, as narrated in the film Water by Deepa Mehta. Mehta chooses to showcase the oppression of the female gender that present patriarchal Hindu attitudes through the widow community. Now, the question that one is left with is that, have Deepa Mehta's efforts in speaking of the marginalization of women in the society and the problematic existence of dominating patriarchal value society in India, which is an ongoing tragedy even in the 21st century, has it started a dialogue, and has it provoked discussion in a society which so often talks about gender equality? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Suvishna.
Yeah.
Kapil
next-
sir,
yeah.
I think, can I make the suggestions right now? Because
Yeah.
towards the end, what happens, sometimes the thing gets diluted.
you
It
can-
is now
you can. Go ahead.
fresh in the minds of the
Right.
listeners as well as the presenter. So I think a very brief point I would like to make here is that, first of all, so Vishnu, I would appreciate if you could go with a slightly different title. The first thing which I had in mind when I went through your paper. First of all, if you use the word post-colonialism, then as your title goes, you have written that it is, just a moment, I'll just open your title. It says post-colonialism feminism. So either you write post-colonial feminism, or since I read your paper and also heard it, I would say that you spoke more about the marginalization of women. You spoke more about the patriarchy. You spoke more about the double colonization, for that matter. You spoke more about the oppression of women. So when we are talking about post-colonial feminism, there we need more examples of the characters somehow rebelling or revolting against these patriarchal norms and trying to establish their feminist standpoints. So here I think either you could have taken the topic as the marginalization of women, or maybe the post-colonial aspects as seen in the film Water, or the oppression of women. So I think that would have been more apt, because there are hardly one or two sentences which actually show that how the characters try to assert themselves, how they try to go forward and go out of the way and try to establish their own identities, and they demand equality with the other sex. So this is primarily a little bit of less mentioned as far as your paper is concerned. So I think you could work more on the title for that matter. Rest is okay. The observations were good. And I think we can move ahead with the next presenter.
Niza Ray.
Thank you, madam.
From
Thank
from
you.
Sabita Engineering College, Chennai. She was there. She is there.
Afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yeah. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, audible, ma'am. Go ahead.
I would like to know if everyone could hear me.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes,
You
you
are
are
audible.
audible.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
are
yeah.
audible. Please go
Everyone.
ahead.
Yeah, yeah. Please go ahead.
I think she has lost connection.
Is it
No,
so?
she is sharing the screen. All right.
Yeah. Can everyone hear the screen? Screen? Okay, flat my presentation. And first of all, opportunity to present my paper. And I am Moniza Rai here to present my paper titled The Dark Holes and No Terrors by Shashi Deshpande explores feminine sensuality. So in literature, feminine
Ma'am, excuse me. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes,
Ma'am,
sir.
yeah. Are you sharing screen? It's not visible. Are you
I
sharing
don't know.
screen?
I don't know what went wrong. I have tried sharing it. I couldn't do it. But is that okay without the screen share?
Yeah. For us, it's fine.
Yeah.
If you are
Okay, fine.
comfortable, yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, that's okay. I can make it. Yeah. So in literature, feminine sensibility has an inspiring quality in their writings. Almost all Indian writers
You can
convey
directly start with the introduction, ma'am. You can
okay.
skip the abstract. You can directly start with the
This
introduction.
quality and Sashi Deshpande, a well-known novelist, is no exception in depicting this aspect in her writing. So, when we talk about women authors, many have succeeded in portraying new perspectives on women in their writing since their emergence in India. So if you see women writers like Kamala Markandeya, Shashi Deshpande, Arundhati Roy, and others were able to capture the reality of what it is like to be an Indian woman in patriarchal society. These authors have given a voice to the female characters they create in order to represent modern Indian females who are still fighting for rights and freedom. In that case, Sashi Deshpande has succeeded in developing strong female heroines who refuse to be crushed by their own traumas and tackle life with extraordinarily bravery and strength. So she is a renowned novelist who is intensely aware of what is sensitive or female protagonist in a world. So she raises her voice against female oppression and elucidates female concern with such clarity through her characters that the readers are forced to pause and reflect on it. So this paper examines the feminine sensibility of the novel The Dog Calls No Terrors, and the novel tells us the story of Sarita, who is the central character, is often referred to as sorrow in the novel and her emotional appeal. The novel depicts her life, which is often ignored and neglected in favor of her brother. So she's not valued, and even on her birthdays, her parents do not express their affection for her. But on her brother's birthday, they celebrate with full of joy and including with all religious traditions. So when her brother drowns, she's held responsible for it. Her mother, in particular, constantly scolds her for killing her son, just repeatedly saying, "You killed him. Why don't you die?" when he is dead. So this is how her life goes on in her family. When Sharu grows up and despite her mother's wishes, obtains an education, her ability to reason and question grows as she becomes more educated. She can't tolerate it any longer when her brother and sisters are treated equally. So she recalls the name given to her brother, that is like on the naming ceremony, like when she recalls it like how this inequality treatment is being done in her family. The mother has a strong bond with her son, so her attitude is normal. After all, he is a male child, and they have that stereotypical belief that a male child will carry the family's bloodline, and in other sense, a male child is valued more than a female child, since he is qualified to offer Agni to the dead parents. Otherwise, the dead parent's soul would wander aimlessly. So, a special importance given to a male child in the family. When Sauru hears of her mother's death, all of a sudden, her first thought is like, who light the prey? She didn't have a son to do that for her mother. Dhruv died when he was 7 years old. So she recalls all the words that her mother gave importance to her brother. So Sarita had witnessed her mother's discrimination against the two when Dhruv was alive. Resentment and hatred motivate her to leave home aggressively and pursue achievement in medical college as she grows older. She met a college mate there and marries him against his parents' desire. And her elderly mother, a traditional and orthodox woman, doesn't want her daughter to marry someone from a lower caste. So I quote from book, what caste is he? I don't know. A Brahmin? Of course not. Then cruelly, his father keeps a cycle shop. So this depicts that Saru rebels against her parents and flees to marry someone of her own choice. Her marriage to Manu provides her with the love and security she has always wanted in her life, as she feels insecure in her parents' house. So he is the perfect romantic hero who's come to save her from her insecure, loveless life, and she is desperate for love. Marital life is nothing more than a strange confluence of forces again acting on two human beings in various capacities in order to fulfill their marital ambitions and contribute to society, both functionally and psychologically. So the roles that these two humans are assigned to vary. This is exactly what occurs to Saru when, despite her financial freedom, which she, by the fact that she earns more than Manu, she still feels robbed of her independence as a housewife. That is, raising children and serving her husband, and she wants to leave the home since she is tired of both inside and outdoor responsibilities. And but this burden of dual responsibility is not only a sense in of itself, but it progressively becomes a force in balancing the marital harmony that is necessary to maintain conjugal connection. Separations become unavoidable as a result of this rising sense of resentment and imbalance. So sorrow after she hears the news of her mother's death at this point in her life returns to her parents' house emotionless. She doesn't feel at ease in her parents' home. It's because where she was born and raised, but despite the fact that setting has not changed, everything appears strange to her still. So even though she returns to a completely different woman, she finds everything strange. When her father speaks in odd tone, she finds strange about it. The lack of affection in the house swings her back and forth between the two. So she won't able to say everything she wants all of time, because occurs, all of these occurs as a result of her developing a guilt consciousness that there can never be any forgiveness. There was never an atonement. My brother died because I turned my back on him carelessly. because I deserted her. My mother died alone. My hubby works as a failure because I ruined his manhood. So finally, the wheel comes a full circle. Saurus strives to reach an agreement with the circumstances, and the novel closes with a glimmer of optimism for a new beginning. A woman's psyche is given revelation when she is placed in such a position. Manu sends her a letter informing her of his arrival. The soul feeling gets even stronger. It is herself, not her disdain for her husband or desire for vengeance, that has swept her off her feet. She reacts to every circumstances and becomes hyper aware of every sound, all the while aware that Manu is approaching to the door and pounding. She asks her father not to open the door when Manu arrives, possibly assuming that he has been knocking long enough. Manu was about to go. Simultaneously, she waits for someone to come to her support. If only someone would tell her what to do, she would do it right away without hesitation. After all these years of being in complete control of her life, she suddenly felt a strong yearning to let go, putting herself in the hands of another. Yeah, and that's the end of her presentation. And I thank each and everyone for the opportunity, and I would look forward for any suggestions to carry out.
Hello. Yeah, ma'am.
Sir?
Muniza, ma'am. Yeah.
Yes.
Please start your video, ma'am. I was trying to contact you for that.
Sir, the laptop I use has no webcam.
Okay.
All right. Yes. Monisa, first of all, I would like to tell you one thing that whether you were very sure regarding the title that you have selected, because your title says
Yes.
that, just a minute. Your title says The Dark Holds No Terror by Shashi Deshpande explores feminine sensuality. Okay. Somehow I felt that I went through your paper twice, and I thought that you were mistaken regarding the use of the word sensuality. Rather, I felt you meant sensibility.
Yes.
So, yeah, so these are not synonymous words, and it ended up in malapropism, I would say, because sensibility
Okay.
is to feel. It is to sense something, and sensuality on the other hand is being sensuous, or sensual for that matter. So it is altogether different. So somehow there was a kind of misinterpretation in terms of the meanings of the terms, and that is how the mistake happened. So I think because the papers have not yet been published, so you can make the necessary changes related to that.
Yeah,
And because there is no example, not a single example of feminine sensuality as such in the entire paper. And besides, I thought that there is no conclusion in the paper. Since you're talking about the feminine sensibilities, so I think once you talk about these feminine sensibilities, then automatically when you come towards the end, you have a summary of the different kinds of sensibilities that have been portrayed throughout. So that has been missed on your part. So you can work on your paper, you can incorporate these suggestions, and it would otherwise be a very interesting paper to read and listen to. So I think we can proceed, Kapil sir.
Yeah. So the next presenter is Madam Vandana Nath from the University of Fiji.
All right.
Greetings to all respected scholars and educators. My name is Vandana Nath from the University of Fiji. And my research paper is on a post-colonial feminist study of C.F. Figel's novel, Where We Once Belonged, that was published in 1996, which addresses the status of women in post-colonial societies against a colonial legacy of patriarchal ideologies. It also analyzes the socio-political problems faced by females, which have followed colonization, independence, and migration in Samoa. Post-colonial feminist theory, which emerged from the gendered history of colonialism, is primarily concerned with the representation of women after the end of colonialism. Voice out concerns relating to marginalized women in post-colonial societies. Post-colonial feminists believe that gender differences as a result of patriarchal ideologies have continued to deprive women of their rights and voice. Women are more commonly marginalized in post-colonial societies due to the conventional patriarchal ideologies that drastically subjugate their voices and actions. Using Edward Said's theory of Orientalism and Gayatri Spivak's Can the Subaltern Speak, this paper aims to show the reasons for double colonization and its consequences on women in the Pacific after independence. Women continue to play a passive role in society, with their roles limited to being mothers, wives, daughters, and housekeepers in male-dominated family and community. This paper discusses double colonization in C.F. Figel's Where We Once Belonged, which also won the Commonwealth prestigious Writers' Prize in 1997. The novel is discussed and analyzed from a feminist post-colonial viewpoint, which is certainly related to the marginalization of the females in the Pacific post-colonial society till today. Moving on to the findings and the discussion. Born in Samoa, C.F. Figel satirically retells the history of her country and people through a colonized perspective. A typical Samoan lifestyle before and after being colonized is beautifully woven through the female protagonist and other characters in the story. The narratives in the story, incorporated with the tales of Samoan mythology, enables the reader to interpret and visualize aspects of island life and people after independence. Figel illustrates the strong influence of Western colonialism on the villages in the novel, who unconsciously favored Western culture and religion over the years. Edward Said, in his theory on Orientalism, categorizes the world into Occident, which stands for the West, and the Orient, which stands for East, which are further categorized by placing the Occident in the center and the Orient is the margin. This viewpoint is evidently demonstrated by the colonizers, where they dominated, restructured, and exercised authority over the colonized. Accordingly, from a feminist viewpoint, Said's theory of Orientalism in relation to the concept of double colonization identifies the men as the Occident and the females as the Orient. The West has stereotyped Pacific women as sensual, bare-breasted, sexually available women in an idyllic tropical country. However, Figel defied these stereotypes to show that the Pacific has a history and a distinct culture that has been there long before colonization, and that Pacific women had been misrepresented by the West. Gayatri Spivak, in her article, Can the Subaltern Speak, argues, and I quote, that if in the context of colonial production, the subaltern has no history and cannot speak, the subaltern as a female is even more deeply in the shadow, unquote. The concept of double colonization in the novel is seen through the female characters who are, firstly, fighting against colonialism and its influence, and secondly, the patriarchal ideologies that existed and continued after independence. Post-colonial feminist theory has concerned itself with the authenticity of discourses between the white feminist and her indigenous counterparts in voicing the concerns of the colonized women. A post-colonial feminist scholar strongly asserts that white feminists overlook the historical, cultural, and racial specificities that affected the colonized woman. Figel, in Where We Once Belonged, became the voice of her people, her culture, and her country's post-colonial experience, which makes this novel worthy of discussion, especially from a feminist post-colonial perspective. Double marginalization of female characters is evident through many instances in the story. The plot follows a young Samoan girl, Alofa, the protagonist, who is full of hopes and dreams, but is always suppressed due to the unfair social and cultural restrictions. The females in the novel seem to live a very regulated life and are constantly subjugated by fundamentalist Christian concepts of purity and goodness. Girls were expected to spend their days doing the dullest of all chores, be at home or church, to meet the society's expectation of being a good girl. Both colonialism and patriarchal ideologies dictated the behavior of the females in the novel. Through Alofa and her experiences throughout the novel, Figel reveals how colonial principles like religion continue to coexist with patriarchal ideologies in Samoa, thus creating a ruthless exploitation of the females. Lily, another female character in the novel, exemplifies double colonization. Her father, the patriarchal representative, and Mr. Brown, the colonial force, both reinforce dominance on her. When she is raped by her incestuous father, Isoa, and sexually abused by Mr. Brown, the village people blamed and questioned her chastity when she got pregnant, while her father, Isoa, and Mr. Brown continued their normal life. Lily's struggle against the colonial repression and the patriarchal dominance exemplifies Gayatri Spivak's research on Can the Subaltern Speak. The subalterns, after the colonial rule, were referenced to women in a patriarchal society. Spivak describes how the historical intersection with patriarchy makes it impossible for women to speak, and therefore they continue to suffer with little scope for improvement. Figel illustrates this clearly through the struggles of the female characters and vignettes in the novel. Post-colonial feminists argue that although women were dominated by men centuries ago, the status and experiences of post-colonial women was more complicated because their experiences can never be isolated, either as a woman or as a member of the colonized community. Figel, in her depiction of Filinga, that's Alofa's father, symbolically comments on the power of patriarchy. Filinga made it twice, and each time he blamed the women for the failure. Filinga's action demonstrates how insignificant women were to men in Samoa. Filinga's character symbolizes the male-dominated authoritarian and violent society which exercised power over the weak, that is the females. The society turned a blind eye on what Filinga and Isoa did as males, but when the girls and women did the same, they were severely punished and publicly humiliated. Even females who were supposedly innocent like Alofa's mother suffered abuse and humiliation, hence were doubly colonized. Figel also comments on how the society desire for males over females. This is demonstrated when Pisa gives birth to Alofa. Figel, the author, mourns the orthodox assessment of females as a curse who may shame their family name and honor. The female characters in the novel were preached about chastity and virginity and warned against sexual experimentations. Here, Figel debunks Orientalism, which stereotypes specific women as having sexual freedom in Samoa. Figel shows that through the female characters, that sexuality is highly restrained and the society spurns and stigmatizes any female caught in the act. None of the female characters in the novel have any real control over their lives, and although they seem cheerful, none seem particularly happy. In a nutshell, Sia Figel has proven through her novel that Pacific societies are indeed male-dominated and women are marginalized. Consequently, women are doubly colonized, firstly by the colonial power, and secondly by the patriarchal society. Edward Said's theory of Orientalism in the context of othering and Spivak's analysis on female subaltern as the subject to economic, cultural, and political marginalization more than males are described and contextualized clearly by Figel in the novel. Set in Samoa, the author shows a community and culture which is patriarchal, prejudiced, violent, and adulterated by contact with Western society and the colonial religion after independence. The Pacific post-colonial women, like the female characters in the novel, continue to suffer both patriarchy and colonial domination and hence are excluded from most social, cultural, and political activities till today. Thank you.
Thank you, Vandana. I was pretty happy with the development of thought, the process that you followed. Majorly, you focused on the dual colonization of women. And I was more happy with the theoretical citations which followed the application. So that is a very key point which all researchers should take note of. It's not just about giving citations related to post-colonialism or for that matter, feminism, but it is very important to show how that particular theory has been applied in a particular text. So that you have pointed out very clearly, and the growth of thought, the building of thought has been remarkable from your side. And I would have been, actually, very happy with your paper. Just if the two examples of Edward Said and Gayatri Spivak, if they wouldn't have been there in the conclusion, because conclusion is all about what you have drawn from these great seminal texts, and from the application of these theories which you see throughout. So it should be only your version, without mention of anyone else. Your point of view, your standpoint, that's all. Otherwise, almost a perfect 10 for you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much, madam.
You're welcome.
So we move on to the next presenter, and that is Mr. Rohit Ashwani, who is a research scholar from Om Sterling Global University, Hisar. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sir,
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon.
First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity, sir. My name is Rohita Ashwani from Om Sterling Global University, Hisar. The topic of my research is Bordering the Feminist Discourse, Feminine Awakening and Anita Nair Mistress. This paper analyzes feminine awakening in Anita Nair novel Mistress. As feminist writer, she portrays her woman character on the basis of her feminine perspective.
Please come directly to the paper, ma'am. Please come directly to the paper.
After independence, many female authors with high educational and intellectual standard came forward to impact psychological depth of woman character. These women novelists create interesting characters who successfully oppose the oppressions inflicted on women in society. Indian English women novelists like Anita Nair, Kamla Markande, Anita Desai, Ruth Pawar, Bharti Mukherjee, among other Indian English women novelists, take steps to highlight the role of women in society. Anita Nair occupies an exceptional place in Indian English literature. Anita Nair is one of the best contemporary women writer. As woman writer, she has deep knowledge of women psyche. She goes into depth in their psychological mind. The novel Mistress provides a clear spectrum: the pain, suffocation, suppression, passion, love, and hate. Nair portrayed the woman character shattered the shackles of society, resulting in dispersion of society. She uses real life situation to depict the assertiveness of women in her novel. The novel is narrative of women in male-dominating society searching for freedom. The novel of Anita Nair explore whether Indian women should be limited in their responsibility as women and women only. The novel revolves around life of travel writer Christopher, a Kathakali dancer and common whom he met in Kerala, and common niece Radha, who trapped in typical housewife role. Radha is a mistress struggle in typically married life because she was forced to marry Sham. Her marriage does not provide assurance of her safety or identity. She controls her existence to usual feminine aesthetics. She does not believe in certain pointless, irrelevant culture customs that are oppressive of women in India. Thus, Radha has committed adultery with Krish. At the end, Radha rejects both men, her husband, her lover, because they both are dominating and patriarchal in their own ways. She frees herself from the role of wife and mistress. Nair introduced second female character Sadhya. She is also dominating by male ideology like Radha. She is enslaved by the masculine philosophy. Sadhya is a Muslim woman who disobeyed her community to like with Sithu Hindu person. Her father set an example for other, brutally punishing and leaving his daughter. She also stand against her father and her lover because they both are dominating and by her nature. The main aim and objective of this paper is to focus on the subjugation of female and how they face extremity in male dominating society, to focus the situation of women in today's society and show the importance and power of women in our day-to-day life, to find the highlight the inequalities, injustice in society, mistreated of women and their fearless voices, to investigate the identity issue raised by Anita Nair in their novel Mistress. The aim of this paper is to find and require attributes of women are sacrifice, submissive, and tolerance. Thus, the conclusion of this paper, the novel Mistress depicts both women who suffer silently from patriarchal oppression and women who rebel against it. Sadhya rebels against his father as well as husband. Radha rebel against patriarchal on their own volition. This paper represents the awakened feminine awareness in Indian society. The paper traced the journey of women from self-sacrifice, self-realization, and self-denial. Thus, Anita Nair raises the issue of patriarchal ways of life and view it not only as their house but also as place of oppression in society. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for listening me.
Yes. Thank you, Rohita Shwani, if I'm not wrong in pronouncing
Yes,
your name. Yeah, thank you. The same kind of mistake that had been repeated by one of the previous presenters related to the choice of the right word, the selection of the right word in the title. Again, you have taken the word feminine, where I feel that the word feminist should have been there, because throughout the novel, I'm very sure about this because this is a part of my PhD research. So throughout the novel, the feminist views of Radha, the feminist views of the protagonist are actually depicted. And so I think you could have gone for the word feminist in the title rather than feminine awakening, because again, feminine is related with being ladylike, being a lady, and feminist is a different school of thought wherein people demand equality of sexes. So that was the major concern, I would say. We have to be very clear while not just selecting the topic on which we want to write, but we have to be very clear in the presentation of thought, in the presentation, in the choice of words, in the choice of the right theories wherein we relate them with the applications. You have told about patriarchy and how the characters revolt against patriarchy. You have taken the question of marginalization and how the characters go against the marginalization. They refuse to be bogged down by the patriarchal norms. So I think the word feminist would have been definitely more suitable for your work. So all the best, and it was a good attempt, but then take care regarding these few suggestions that I have given. Over to the next reader, Kapil sir.
Mr. Durgesh Shirsagar from Navargaon, Assistant Professor. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. First of all, good afternoon, Chairperson of the session, Dr. Mukherjee, Madam, Dr. Singhil, sir, and Dr. Ajit, sir, the organizer of the event, the Dabi, ma'am, and my mentor, Dr. Joshi, sir, and dear participants. I am Durgesh Shirsagar, and my topic is Mahesh Dattani's Tara, a mirror of Indian society's gender discrimination and patriarchy. The research paper focuses on patriarchy and gender discrimination. The play Tara is written by Mahesh Dattani, and patriarchy is in the country like India has a curse over humanity, which makes one of the society's strongest and weakest. The gender is rooted in social and cultural organization institution, which has been generated by the power structure. It changes with the time, society, culture, and family to family. Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary defines gender as, I quote, the fact of being male or female, especially when considered with reference to social and cultural differences, not differences in biology. I end quote. The term gender varies to different types of societies and cultures. It is created one and social as well. No one goes in the category of gender naturally or biologically, but he or she is stereotyped as male or female. Thus, the roots of masculine and feminine have been formulated, and the concept of gender has made it possible for feminists to explain both the biological and social sex differences. Gender suggests the men and women are different by the creation of human subject only. Cora and Kaplan also say about the term, I quote, no one knows precisely when and where gender was initially used to refer to the social and cultural aspect of sexual differences. I unquote. One cannot be or male naturally, but determined by social stereotypes that we are in the category of masculine or feminine. The status in the society, the behavior of the particular person, his or her personality matters in the identity of gender. In response to this, Kate Millett in the book Sexual Politics argues, I quote, gender is a sum of total of parents, the peers, the culture notion of what is appropriate to each gender by way of temperament, character, interest, status, worth, gesture, and expression. I end quote. It is society which differentiates between gender. Boys are said to be stronger, brave, and they are given the quality food to be healthy. But girls are told to be lovely, beautiful, shy, and domestic one. From the early childhood, the society tells them to wear particular type of clothes. Even their works been categorized. They have been allotted some of the do's and don'ts. Every society has the gender system, and this system generates the whole structure, though it is political, economical, or social. The structure makes the allotted and allotted the categories in between them. As human is the social one, but it is parted in the category. There are two opposite walls have been made by the structure, and it looks like the hierarchy. In this regard, Gail Rebune says, I quote, men and women are, of course, different, but they are not different as day and night, earth and sky, yin and yang, life and death. I unquote. The term patriarchy relates to the power in the hands of masculine only. The power structure in the society, economic, political, social, etc., The powers are constructed in the masculine's hand only, and they have the right to handle the family as well. As we are looking at, the traditions have been made up in the shadow of masculinity and patriarchy. Male dominated societies do not pay attention towards women's problem, and patriarchy becomes the dominant in the country like India, where it is assumed as prominent one. Tara is the third play by Mahesh Dattani, performed as Twinkle Tara in Bangalore on 23rd of October 1990. And the play has many aspects related to a relationship, father and other family members relation, and so on. Twins who have joined together, separated through surgery. It was only physical separation, not mentally, not emotionally. In the play, Patel and Bharti, both are husband and wife, and their children, Tara and Chandan, are conjoined twins. The parent decide to go for the surgery, and they separate the conjoined twins before. But before surgery, the twins have 3 legs, and Bharti and her father, which are the character in this play, favored Chandan. Why? Because he is male one, and neglected Tara, though she was the more capable to get another leg. The play is not only about the issues of gender. The girl child also the issue of this self-expression or self-identity. A family is an institution to develop the culture, tradition, or to develop the personalities of the children, as well as it is rooted for the gender differences. It is an institute where human mind progresses from child to male or female. The process of being something, it is society and family which shows differences in between females and males on the basis of their physical appearance. It is the satire on self-sufficient Indian male centralism. In such cases, motherhood has also been subordinated in the suppression of patriarchy, and it is hegemony and power of the patriarchy which tries to marginalize and gives a secondary position to mother. The society has distributed men and women's works separately, and there is a separation which has been done through the physical and biological appearance of human. With this, I stop here. Thank you for your patience listening.
So thank you, Durgesh.
Thank you, ma'am.
First of all, it was a welcome sight to see a male face in a session which is completely dedicated to the women. And we mostly see women talk about feminism and gender discrimination and all, because they are the ones who are victims. But it is great to see a young man talk about the gender discrimination and patriarchy with special reference to Mahesh Dattani's Tara. So that is a wonderful thought that you shared with us. Someone has started sharing the screen, I guess.
Yeah, the next presenter.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Gauri ma'am, wait a while.
Yes, it's actually distracting because it's directly in front of the eyes. So if we can just wait for a minute. Yes. So I think it was a well-written paper, and you didn't read out the entire paper, I guess.
Right, ma'am. I just read the brief.
Yes. Yes. So because some aspects you missed.
Due to time constraint,
no, that's okay. That's okay.
Yes,
We
yes.
are in the middle of the session, and there are hardly 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Right, ma'am.
Yeah, that's okay. I wish you could have incorporated a few more citations from the research paper point of view, because the citations related to what gender discrimination is, as said by the experts and what patriarchy is and how we see its effect in the novel and how practically it has been seen. So that would have enriched the paper to a great extent. But on the whole, it was a good attempt from.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much for your good words.
Welcome. We can proceed, Kapil sir, with the next.
Yeah, Madam Gauri Nimje. She's a research scholar working under Dr. Rajesh Vaigavkar.
All right. Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Gauri Nimje, lecturer, Govinda Vanzari College of Engineering and Technology, and research scholar, RTMU Nagpur. I am very grateful to the organizers 2 days international e-conference for giving me such opportunity to present my paper. The title of my paper is The Many Threats of Female Protagonists of Kamla Markanda. My paper is divided into 4 parts: abstract, introduction, conclusion, references. Kamla Markanda is one of the post-colonial novelists of the era and the prolific and the most polemical and parenthetical Indian novelist in English. She has taken an initiative to be the flagship writer for women's problem and bring about a seemingly change in their lives. The present paper attempts to minutely study and present the changes that have been the outcome of the movement. The main focus of Kamla Markanda's portrait of her female characters is to show her feminist concern and their journey to carve a niche in the male-dominated society. Kamla Markanda is one of the most coveted novelists in the history of Indo-Indian fiction. She is one of the greatest Indian women writers who has won accolades the world over for her creativity. A native of Mysore, Kamla Markanda did her graduation from Madras University and thereafter published several short stories in Indian newspapers. After her marriage to Bernard Taylor, Markanda moved to Britain, though she still labels herself as an Indian expatriate. She published her very first novel, Nectar in a Safe, in 1954. This masterpiece was the bestseller and was cited as in the American Library Association Notable Book in 1955. She earned name and recognition with her creative talent, mostly writing in English. Kamla Markanda, whose plain name is Markanda, was born in an affluent aristocratic Hindu Brahmin family in a small town in Mysore state in 1924. She took her degree in Bachelor of Arts in History in 1940 from Madras University. Her interest in writing and journalism compelled her to leave her job from an army liaison officer, although for a short period, and she tried her hands for freelance journalist. She worked as a journalist and social worker from 1940 to 1947 in villages. In 1948, she bade farewell to India and left for England to get married to an Englishman named Bernard Taylor. Ever since India's independence, many female writers have taken the female-centric issue into consideration and have written the novels based on them. The tone of the novel writing as a genre of literature has depicted Indian women, in particular writing in English, and have compared the position of women in India with the women of Western countries. Their writings reflected a male-centric socio-political and economic culture. Women have a subordinate position, both in social order and at home. Their existence remained under the care of male counterpart. They have always been tied at the hands of the male in their life, be it knowingly or by chance. Hence, were mostly considered as the property of the men. This reality gets a reflection in the literature by Indian women writers who have referred the woman as an object at the hands of the male. They had no identity of their own, and their every action was controlled by the strong male counterpart. The most realistic picture and themes of the Indian society, and her concern revolved around women. She manages to draw the real life experiences into her fiction, thereby giving a personal touch to her female characters. All her female characters are from Indian local facing the social, economical, and intellectual dirt where they happen to come out successful because of their insightful work and sincere efforts. The most prominent feature of Kamla Markandeya's narratives is that her novels are geared up towards exposing social injustice in women Indian belief. Kamla Markandeya moves ahead from realist to realism, wherein she stresses the more specific term social realism. Markandeya has been successful in portraying this social realism through her novels, mainly through the character of Rukmini, that she explores social concern about economic hardship in India and the impact of industrialization and nature's theory in the lives of the rural peasantry. A number of critics have described Markandeya's novels very apt as a portrait of the society. In almost all her novels, she has raised the women concern right from her social to familial, education to emancipation, rural to urban life, which have been dealt with much ease and real concern. The novels of Markandeya has a very deep, strong feministic approach that voices the female concern. All her novels show the female perspectives and their struggle to establish themselves. The one persistent theme that underlines all her novels is a constant quest for identity, mainly by the central female characters. One can overtly read both the internal as well as external conflict that goes on in their mind. Her female characters have all established themselves and could assert their feelings in their own way. The protagonists of Kamla Markandeya have brought about a deep transformation in their responsibilities. She has traced the transformation of women from self-sacrificing Rukmini in Nectarism to self-asserting Mohini in Golden Honeycomb. They strived for what they felt was right and did what suited them rather what is expected from them. Their transformation from self-effacing to self-made in their non-domain have given them a respectable place in the society, but were not denied completely. The social acceptability has been brought by these female leads of Kamla Markandeya. Her protagonists are in search of finding a place and create their own identity. Kamla Markandeya has a very deep understanding of human nature as well as very profound insight, and probably this is the reason that she explores the emotional reactions and spiritual responses of women and their predicament with sympathetic understanding. Our female characters are constantly agitating to give meaning and value to their lives. They are ready for any sacrifice for saving the family. Ira is seen sacrificing her soul and body to feed her dying brother. Our females are full of life, enthusiasm, hope on one hand, and frustration and pain on the other hand, who are ready to accept any challenge of life that comes their way and make a mark on the point. Conclusion is that Markandeya's female portrait has distinguished between types of women and their different traits. She has painted both a wicked woman and a liberated woman. Markandeya has taken a reassessment of her female characters in the Indian setup who aspires to be in forefront.
If you could mute yourself, please, all participants. All the participants, if you could mute yourself.
Helen, Lalitha, Mohini, Usha, Valley, etc., who are equal to their mates and nobles. Kamla Markandeya proved her opinion about her lot through her female characters.
Gauri, just a minute, just hold on. Just hold on.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, somebody has actually unmuted himself or herself, and there was a lot of disturbance. Yeah, you can go ahead now.
From conclusion, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Conclusion is that Markandeya's female portrait has distinguished between the types of women and their different traits. She has painted both an awakened woman and an assertive liberate woman. There is something distinct in these women characters of Kamala Markandeya, something of which they are made up of. They remain spiritual and emotional to the core. We find Helen is longing for self-gratification. Kamala Markandeya has taken a reassessment of her female characters in the Indian setup who aspires to be the forefront. Her female protagonists like Rukmini, Ira, Meera, Roshan, Nalini, Helen, Lalita, Mohini, Usha, Bali, etc., who are equal to their males and no less. Markandeya has proved her opinion about her lot through her female characters. Now I conclude my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Gauri. Your title says that it is about the many traits of female protagonists of Kamala Markandeya. Majorly you dealt with only Nectar in the Sea, and one line was there related to the golden honeycomb, and I feel that you could have included the other works as well. Silence of Desire, Some Inner Fury, then Two Virgins, Pleasure City, Bombay Tiger, which was published posthumously. So you could have included a few more works, and in that way you could have done more justice to the topic, because you have taken the names of almost the major protagonists like Ira, Meera, Roshan, Nalini, Helen, Lalita, and all. But then that's only in the concluding part of your presentation. And I wish you could have taken more examples from other works, as I said right in the beginning. But yes, next time do take care of this. I would say that I would really appreciate the work of these people who are teaching in engineering colleges, especially. They are hardly in touch with literature. And we had another lady today who was from an engineering college earlier when the presentations began. So I appreciate your efforts, but then when we try to deal with a topic, we should be able to do complete justice to it. Okay, so I think you should have taken one paragraph each, at least from the other novels and from the other literary works. So then it would have been a perfect paper from your end. So thank you anyways. Moving on to the next presenter.
Yeah. Next is Dr. Praveen Kumar Rathod.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm Dr. Kumar Rathod, Assistant Professor in English. The paper is Apollonian and Dionysian interactions in Carrie Churchill's Drunk Enough to Say I Love You. Churchill's plays. Carrie Churchill is one of the playwrights who her plays held high esteem by both the gender and depicted politically charged plays. Many of her plays have Greek fix. In Drunk Enough to Say I Love You, Churchill highlighted a love affair between two men that capture the falling of capital.
Please come to the paper directly. Directly start with the introduction.
The upheavals created tries to focus on in 21st century. Carrie Churchill comments on political narratives in her plays. Her plays like Far Away, Drunk Enough to Say I Love You, and Seven Jewish Children, a play for Gaza. Comments on political subjects. Her plays confront ecological crisis, the expansion of global warfare as consequences of neoliberal motivation. The play Drunk Enough to Say I Love You represents international power politics since the mid-20th century through the lens of a gay relationship. The play's dialogue is an elliptical and fragmented form. However, it suggests the imperialism and destructiveness happened due to the power politics. The play was first performed in London on 10 November 2006. Two characters represents two human figure or country in the play. Sam is closely identified with American and US foreign policy. Guy, who is another character, initially called Jack, but later Churchill changed the character as a guy. The two characters, Sam and Jack, are homosexual lovers. Jack is follower of Sam. Sam is clearly identified as the American government American hegemony and foreign intervention. Churchill represents Jack as a lover of Sam, but Guy is a merely ideological follower of a Sam. Britain is totally intoxicated by Americans' aggressive, dominating ways of policy. The alliance of relationship is unbreakable and undoubtable. The unnecessary interruption of developed countries made chaos, guilt, tortures, counter-terrorism in many countries in the world. Thus, the relationship of Sam and Guy is identical. Dionysian characteristic, and on the other hand, innocent people and small country identified as Apollonian characteristics. Caril Churchill's plays rejuvenated to political theatre in 21st century. Churchill mainly focuses on, particularly in Far Away 2000, Drunk in a Fear, Bewilderment are prevalent themes in fiction as well as theatre. British theatre has permitted new dramatic writing to audiences. Churchill is well-known women playwrights who have been making political theatre over the last 4 decades. David Hare, Howard Brenton, and David Edgar are other contemporary figures in theatrical world. She is renowned for continually rejuvenating dramatic form. Her work relates to socialist and Marxist theoretical, political thinking and activism from the late 1960s to 90s and later. The political and cultural context is discussed in detail in her work. Churchill's plays engage with subjects such as struggle, oppression, power, revolution, human subjectivity. Churchill's play represent complex amalgam of tension between private and public spheres, the individual and collective, emotional, psychoanalytical, philosophical, political, conceptual frames. Churchill experimented with a wide range of political issues through her career. The play Drunk Enough to Say I Love You excellently evokes the political context. It consists of 8 brief scenes and has only 2 characters, Sam and Jack. Churchill later revised it as a Sam as a country and a Guy, a man in her character list. Churchill frequently meant Jack to be an individual, a man who falls in love with America. The Vietnam War was fought between the communist government of North Vietnam and its allies in South Vietnam. The USA became involved in Vietnam because it feared the spread of communism. Before World War II, Vietnam had been part of the French Empire. The USA was afraid that communism would spread the South Vietnam and the rest of the Asia. About 2 million civilians on both sides and 1.1 million North Vietnamese and Viet Cong fighters were died in the war. US soldiers and several Vietnamese civilians murdered in the single Vietnam War. Such inhuman and unnecessary action of the powerful country made the world unsettled. The UK did not officially involve in the war, but supported in training of American and South Vietnamese troops in guerrilla tactics and warfare techniques. This blind support did not like many people of Britain. The UK-US relationship has artistically put forth before audience. Guy, timid Englishman bullied by Sam, the devious, corrupt, hypocritical, super destructive. The playwright highlighted the names of places and leaders that the United States has attacked during last 50 years. Tried to fathom out the Americans' inhuman activity for power and human concern for the poor. Millions and millions innocent civilians died in the war. The personal benefit made America the greatest purveyor of violence in the world. Iraq War, also called Second Persian Gulf War, the Iraq War was merely motivated by a desire to establish America as the world's superpower. Another thing is worth mentioning is oil. Oil is a power. Oil is the primary factor in maintaining political dominance and control. Oil is needed to each country to grow food, build infrastructure, manufacturing goods, advance technology, and transport them to market planes, trains, and automobile commodities to market, powering a warship tank, missile launcher, or jet fighter in battle zones. Oil has played a longer role in international game of economics. The world domination is based on the military prowess and is oil that lubricates the wheels of progress toward prosperity and political power. The peace and international cooperation is the need of the hour as
I
far
think
as
you can come to the conclusion. You can come to the conclusion, Dr. Praveen.
Yeah. See, in conclusion, I would like to say that SAM is identified as the American government, its hegemony and foreign intervention, and Jack is his disillusioned follower. America's foreign policy includes discrepancies, indifferences, and inequalities is on one side, and millions of deaths of innocent civilians, military on the other side. Churchill is a playwright who pinpointed the policies of foreign policy and blind support of Jack in her place. She wants a society purified from all classification and limitation. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Praveen.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm not very sure how you landed in our session. We were dealing with feminism, patriarchy, gender, and all those things. And suddenly, as if a breath of fresh air came in the form of something entirely different, the Apollonian and the Dionysian aspects in the works of Churchill. So I think with a special reference to Drunk Enough to Say I Love You. So I think as rightly pointed out by you that since Apollo was the god of light, reason, then harmony, balance, and Dionysius was the god of wine, revelry, ecstatic emotion. So as we know that Nietzsche had used the word Apollonian and Dionysian, and in the birth of tragedy, to actually designate two. Please mute yourself, Dr. Praveen. Yeah, thank you. So I think you mentioned very well about both these aspects throughout Drunk Enough to Say, but I think you just missed two paragraphs wherein you could have focused again on the Apollonian and the Dionysian aspects. That is the paragraph in which you spoke about the Vietnam War, and the paragraph in which you spoke about the UK-US relationships. So you could connect that to the Apollonian and Dionysian aspects as well. So anyhow, rest of the paragraphs, you dealt very well with the imperialism and the political aspects very well. So that was a good attempt, I should say. And I think, Dr. Kapil, we are through with the presentations.
No, ma'am. One more is there.
Okay. All
yeah,
right.
the last one. It is Mr. Abdul Qazi.
All right.
Yeah, and his topic is Salman Rushdie as post-colonial novelist.
All right.
Yeah, the last one. Yeah, Mr. Qazi, are you there? I think Sajid Qazi. Who's Sajid Qazi? He is there. Ipan. And there's some technical fault here. His mic is not been seen there.
So that means he has not joined with the audio.
With the audio,
So,
yeah.
Yes. So
I'll
he
just
needs
try.
to he just needs to leave the meeting and join again with the audio. So that will resolve the issue.
Okay. I don't have his contact number actually.
Sir, I have his contact number.
You have? Yeah, please try.
Just a moment, sir.
Okay. Yeah, who was trying to contact him? Dr. Rathod? Was it Dr. Rathod?
I think it was Dr. Shamim.
Shamim, okay.
Yes.
हाँ प्लीज है वो किसी और का चल रहा था साथ में
Yes, Dr. Kazi, you are in.
Sir, he has joined.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Is he there?
Yes, he's there.
Okay. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Please.
Present a paper on evolution of Salman Rushdie as a post-colonial novelist.
Yes, sir. The history of Indian English literature had heralded its fresh dawn in conjunction with the independence of India. This advancement was fostered by the sanguine native press and fascinated by British perceptions.
Just a minute, sir. Excuse me. Yeah, sir is working as an assistant professor at Anjuman College.
Yes,
Hmm? Yeah. Okay, sir.
I'm a research scholar also. I'm a research scholar in Maths University, Raipur, Chhattisgarh.
Okay, sir. Carry on.
Salman Rushdie is one such distinguished and applauded author of Indian novels. Sir Ahmad Salman Rushdie was born in June 1947 in Mumbai, India. The influence of his multiplicity in Indian milieu had on his thoughts, which additionally got deliberated in his writings. He acquired his early schooling at Cathedral and John Buchanan Boys School at Bombay. Before becoming a famous writer, he ventured as a freelance copywriter for an advertising agency in England. He wrote Grimace while he was practicing a copywriter. It was the publication of The Midnight Children which acknowledged him as a famous literary personality. Rushdie has 13 novels to his credit, like Grimace, Midnight Children, Shame, The Satanic Verses, Harun and the Sea Stories, The Moose Last Sigh, The Ground Beneath Her Feet, Fury, Shalimar the Clown, and many more. In his literary work, Rushdie deals with the concept of nationalism, history, politics, culture, migration, colonial and post-colonial power structures, freedom of speech, and identity. His works provide expression to the extensive culture, historical, religious, and political concerns of the Indian subcontinent. Most of his literary work set in the Indian subcontinent handle the socio-political matters of the subcontinent. His works are the fine blending of facts and the fiction. As such, Rushdie efficiently handled the use of myth, tool of irony, parody, and fragmentation of emphasized political evils, uh, evils of authority, orthodox society, and corruption in social and political area, and the flight of the marginalized. In his works draw on a variety of resources inclusive of history and the culture of Indian subcontinent, Islamic lifestyle, and Western cultural traditions to expose limitless number of stories. Rushdie's work may be examined within two narrative frames of tradition, the Eastern and the Western. His narrative fashion no longer bests of words, however, additionally interrogates conventional writing traditions and discourses in the process of writing. Rushdie is acclaimed for his labor for giving Indian touch to the English language in his literary corpus. His English reflects the socio-political issues of Indian subcontinent. Rushdie's first literary ventures, Grimace, a scientific set in imaginary island, the fantasy novel, and influenced by the 12th century Sufi narrative poem, The Conference of the Birds. It narrates the tale of Flapping Eagle, an immortal American Indian who ventures a journey to discover the meaning of life. The novel did not impress the critics. It was the publication of extensively acclaimed Midnight Children in 1981, which brought laurels to Rushdie. The novel has grabbed Booker and Booker Prize, James Tate Black Memorial Prize, and many more. The publication of Midnight Children stormed the global literary domain and directed new stars of Indian English novel. Midnight Children, that is the accounts of Indian subcontinent from the point of view of its main character Salim Sinai, who was born at the stroke of midnight of August 15, 1947, when India achieved freedom from the British rule. The novel is famous tale of three generations of Salim Sinai's family, which relates to his history of India from 1950 to 1977. Rushdie's third novel, Shame, 1983, is a parody on the political condition of Pakistan. It portrays a specific period from Pakistan history by narrating the family drama of Raza Haider and Iskandar Harappa, whose characters are supposed to be based on President Ziaul Haq and Prime Minister Zulfikar Ali Bhutto. Government of Pakistan imposed ban on share. The book bagged the French Literary Prize, Best Foreign Book Award, and also the close runner-up for the prestigious Booker Prize. In 1988, the appearance of most controversial novel, The Satanic Verses, causes indignation amongst Muslim world for its fictional writing on the event of Islamic history, which was struck in the later Islamic historians. Living under the constant fear of death, Rushdie occasionally used to appear with high security. Irrespective of such life-threatening circumstances, Rushdie never remained dormant in terms of his creativity. He was still focusing, and right now also is focusing on his writing. Rushdie's fifth novel, Harun and the Sea Stories, published in 1990, is a fantasy devoted to his son Zafar. The novel is inspired by the children's literature which exposes the story of Harun's and his journey to the valley of Jammu Kashmir. To it returns his father's stories to him, without which Rashid reveals that he cannot justify his life. This novel is an amusement for the children and appeals to adults as well. Like any other novel, he narrates the wonderful story within the course of the novel. The remarks on myriad elements like reading, significance of fiction, speech, role of the writer, stories, censorship, stupidity of war, etc. The novel obtained the Writers Guild Award for the Best Children's Book. The novel displays his own experience of censorship of speech resulting from the fatwa of Ayatollah Khomeini. Imaginary Homeland, Essays and Criticism, that has published in 1981 to 91. After the publication of Harun and the Sea Stories, this collection of essays discloses Rushdie's interpretations of variety of themes Rushdie's fifth novel, The Moon's Last Sigh, is set in Bombay, just like Midnight Children, but the setup of Bombay of The Moon's Last Sigh is different from the Salim. It is a Bombay of post-colonial India, which exposes in it Portuguese connection and in which communalism and religious adherence displays its hazardous consequences. The storyline follows the technique of Midnight Children and speaks some of the concerns already deliberated in Midnight Children. The novel was nominated for Booker Prize and grabbed a prestigious Whitbread Novel Award and the British Book Award Author of the Year. In 1999, he appeared the sixth novel, that is The Ground Beneath Our Feet. The novel is a reconstruction of the legend of the Orpheus and in the perspective of the contemporary rock music. His next novel was Fury, published in 2001, is set in New York. The story revolves around the middle-aged Bombay-born intellectual man Malik Salonga, who is striving to escape from himself. His conception, Little Brain, a philosophical animated doll, is very famous. Rushdie handled various themes like exile, migration, ruthlessness in this novel. Shalimar the Clown appeared in 2005, has been acclaimed as the book of the year by the time. It earned Vodafone Crossword Book Award and was also nominated for the Man of Booker Award. The personal lives of the characters move parallel with the actions of contemporary world, which is under the threat of terrorism. He was endowed with the knighthood in 2007 for his service to literature. He enjoys the honorary doctors and fellowships at 6 European and 6 American universities. He offered his services as a president of Pan American Center between 2004 to 2006 and enjoyed the privilege as the chairman of the PEN Board. Now I come to the conclusion. Salman Rushdie's techniques for crafting characters in his novels is spellbinding. The influence of this multiplicity of Indian milieu had on his thoughts, which additionally got deliberated in his writing. Rushdie's influence profoundly by the different cultures of the East and the West. It is aptly clear from his writing that he has a great dislike for religious fantasism and dogmatism. His themes, characters, dialogues, and straightforward statements are able to carry the feeling and atmosphere of the Indian subcontinent. His novels are characterized by secular fantasy, that is the result of his deep thinking, which has a kind of stimulating effect on the politically conscious mind. Thank you from my side. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Kazi. It's again good to see someone related to the engineering and technical colleges being interested in post-colonial literature. So it was a well-written paper. Some things, if included, would have added more charm to the paper. Like when we speak in terms of a research paper, then since for humanities, we always go for analytical research. So the number of citations should be more. And the more number of books that we read and the more number of citations that we quote in our papers actually makes it very rich. So a rich paper will contain more quotations for that matter. And once you are writing about post-colonialism in the novels of Salman Rushdie, then firstly, as I said, if you were present in the earlier part of this session, then just dull theories will make literature very uninteresting. So what I always tell people and the young researchers that what we should do is we should try and relate the theories to the actual works of these great artists. So what we do when we talk of post-colonialism, what post-colonialism is, as said by XYZ, and then directly how it has been applied. Like you spoke of migration, you spoke of exile, you spoke of these things, but then specifically how these post-colonial elements have been depicted in various novels of Salman Rushdie. That one paragraph each. We need not describe the entire novel in detail or the summary of the novel. We need not summarize the novel. We need to highlight only the post-colonial aspects in those novels. So that would have made it picture perfect, actually. So all the best to you. A nice effort, I should say, being surrounded by technology and still in touch with literature. Hats off to you people. So I think we are done with the papers, Kapil sir.
Yeah, ma'am, it's over. Yeah, over for the day. So I again invite my colleague, Dr. Tapadia, to propose vote of thanks. Yes, sir. Over to you, sir. Tapadia, sir. So,
thank you very much, Dr. Mukherjee, madam. You have discussed the pros and cons of all the presented papers, and your suggestions will help the presenters to make the necessary modifications in their works. So thank you very much for being the chairperson of this session and enlightening the participants with your views. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to express my gratitude to you for sparing your valuable time and blessing this session with your august presence. Thank you, ma'am.
okay, sir. Thank you. And so the sessions for the day are over. I will stop here. And again, tomorrow, next morning, we'll be meeting at 10 o'clock with the second plenary session.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Kapil sir. Thank you, Ajit sir. Thank you, Dabir ma'am.
Thank you.